Hello, hello, and welcome to day 2. It is such an honor to have all of you here. So I'm Lisa, one of your hosts, and we're also joined by Faye. Hello, Faye. Good morning. I think Faye may be sorting out a technical issue. She'll be sure to join us in just a moment. Before we begin, we want to say a big happy Mother's Day to those people joining from the UK and Ireland. Faye is a mother herself, so happy Mother's Day to Faye, and to all the other mothers out there as well. Happy Mother's Day. Of course, women and mothers have a huge impact and impact the future is the theme of this International Women's Day. So hello, Faye, and happy Mother's Day.
Hello, sorry about that. We are having technical difficulties on Discord. Woo! Thank you, and happy Mother's Day to everyone else who is joining from the UK and Ireland. Hopefully you're being spoilt. I know I am.
Amazing stuff. So once again, we want to give a shout out to the Women TechMakers community. They are one of the people making this event possible, and being a member brings so many benefits. So the link is on screen, and we would highly recommend you join the Women TechMakers community today. And another shout out to Digital Futures, our sponsor. So Digital Futures are a UK-based startup on a mission to help people, irrespective of their background, to kickstart their career in tech. So if you are looking to start your own career in technology, do check out Digital Futures and see if it is the right solution for you. Over to Faye.
Sorry. We are struggling this slide today. So yes, like yesterday, the agenda is up there. I've lost my train of thought, I'm sorry.
That's okay, Faye. Do you want me to focus on YouTube and you can sort out Discord?
Yeah, I'm so sorry.
No worries, Faye, no worries at all. So the agenda slide is just here. If you want to go ahead and scan the QR code or jump onto that link, you can see all of our exciting speakers and the times they are coming up today. So do check out the agenda. We also have our amazing Discord community. So it is the Discord community that is hosting this event today. So thank you to the Discord community for all of the amazing support. It's been so much fun doing the watch parties with everyone. So if you aren't already a member, do join. If you are a member, jump onto the event, and soon we'll be sharing this stream there, and you'll be able to interact and make lots of comments as well. So that is our Discord community. If you are watching us on the 10th of March, and if we are currently live, do make sure you hit that live button in YouTube. It means you'll be able to experience it in real time and, most importantly, interact with our speakers. You'll be able to ask questions and make comments, and we can bring them up on screen like this amazing one from Anjali this morning saying hello. So hello, Anjali, and hello to all of our other live watchers as well. So do join live if you can. And we'd like to also say a huge thank you to the Google developer community, Googler team. So these are the members of Google who support our community, look after us, and enable the whole thing. I'm not going to name you all because there's so many of you, but thank you for all of the support in making this event possible. And of course, a huge thank you to our wonderful, wonderful speakers. Without you, this would not have been possible. So thank you to yesterday's speakers, and a huge thank you to today's speakers as well.
I would also, sorry, hi. I'd just like to say a quick, massive thank you to Lisa for coming on board and helping me out, organise this event. It's all down to the beautiful Lisa, so thank you.
Oh, Faye, you're too sweet. Thank you so much. Amazing. So we are so excited to introduce our next speakers. This dynamic duo are from the Google Developer Community Discord, and it is such a pleasure to introduce them both to you today.
Hi everyone.
Hey.
Okay. Oh, everyone can you? Yeah, perfect. Okay, let's start then.
Oh, wait a moment. Yeah, here we go. So, hello everyone, and welcome to our talk, Promoting Equality and Inclusivity in Online Communities. I'm Orion Copé, and I'm an electronical engineering student in Belgium, currently in Italy. And here is Neil.
Yeah, I'm too a software engineer student, but I'm currently based. Well, I'm based in France, in Paris, but currently studying abroad in London.
So today we are gonna talk about inclusivity in online communities. Why does it matter? And then we are gonna explore why internet add an abstraction layer to our relation. And finally, we are talk about our experiences and share a bit of what we have done in the Google developer community, because we are both top contributor on it. So let's go, and feel free to ask question in the chat, and we will try to answer them at the end.
Okay, so first off, when we talk about inclusivity and diversity online, we first have to understand the terms, so what it means to be inclusive online. So imagine the coolest online forum you can think of, whatever it is to you. So maybe it's a haven for cat enthusiasts, or maybe a heated debate ground for football. I don't know. Maybe a secret society for people who fold fitted sheets the right way. We see you. So now imagine that place, but for some reason, the door is only wide enough for a certain type of person to enter. That is exactly the opposite of inclusivity. So at its core, inclusivity is a warm welcome sign flashing neon bright at the entrance of your online community. It's the feelings that you get when you know you belong, regardless of your background, beliefs, or even your stance on fitted sheet folding. So let's be honest, there is only one right way. So, so here is the thing. Online communities can be amazing for fostering connections, sharing knowledge online, and even celebrating weird niche interests, right? But just like real life groups or communities, they can also fall into big exclusionary traps, which is something you really have to watch for. Um, so inclusivity is about creating a space where everyone feels welcome, respected, and empowered to participate. It's about recognizing the richness that comes from diverse perspectives and experiences. Well, you can kind of think of it like a well-stocked pizza party, right? So there's a slice for everyone, whether you favor pineapple, I don't know, controversial, or the classics ones. So here is a breakdown of what inclusivity is not, however. Tolerance. I hear that a lot, but tolerance is a bare minimum of it. It's like putting up with burnt toast because you're too polite to complain, right? So inclusivity is actively seeking out the perfect way to integrate everyone into your community. It's not just tolerating other differences. And another thing that inclusivity is not is sameness. Inclusivity doesn't mean that everyone has to be the same. It's kind of the opposite of that in a way. It's about celebrating the unique spice that everyone brings to the table. So it's more about you don't need to try to make everyone be the same. You need to provide everyone with the same opportunities to be the same. So in short, I say that inclusivity is a magic ingredient that transforms an online community from a gathering place, so just a place where everyone meets, to a thriving ecosystem of ideas. So some place where people can actually contribute, talk, further some new experiences and ideas, and maybe even some heated debates still about maybe the best way to fold a fitted sheet. So, but so that's about it for what inclusivity is. But now we kind of need to see why it matters.
Why inclusivity matters? Why are we talking about inclusivity? So inclusivity has different impact on our life. The first one is the equality of opportunity. Indeed, when you make a search on Google, You can do it in your language. You don't have to learn English or any other language to access the data you want to. So everyone has the possibility to access what you want to without depending on different aspects on our world. Also, inclusivity influences everyone. Indeed, it's not only about the first people you think of, it's really affect each and every one of us in different aspects. For example, when you have a governmental website, I don't know, and you try to get an official document. Sometimes even people who spend life on internet can't access to this data, and that's a shame. Also, inclusivity allows us to increase diversity. Why do we need diversity? Diversity allows us to see different aspects of life, how people react to our world through the interaction. When you have people from multiple continents with different education, with different experiences, you can increase your diversity and see differently the world we are living in. So the easiest way to increase diversity is to have an online community, because online allow us to make the geography disappear. No, we don't care where part of the world you are from. You can access to an online community. So this is why internet had an abstraction layer on geography, but not only. It had also an abstraction layer about our biological, physical, and socioeconomic differences. Indeed, when you access internet, you, for example, make an HTTP request, you don't share your biological form, physical, what is your revenue. We don't care. We send data. But this abstraction layer has some limitation. For example, the tools we are using. If you want to access to a website, not everyone has the same possibility to interact with it and don't have the same possibility to access to the internet. Also, when, for example, on community online, you put a pseudonym or a profile picture, you can share personal information. And those information are used by your brain to categorize. Indeed, our brain categorizes everything when it doesn't know where does it come from when you discover a new object. And when you meet someone, you try to categorize him, and it's the first limitation of our interaction.
Okay, so now we're going to talk about our experience. So our experience building an inclusive community at Google Developers, and then a bit later share our tips, maybe, or knowledge on that. So first off, what is the Google Developers Community Discord server? Because some of you may not know. I guess most of you are watching it live right now on Discord. Maybe you're new to it, or maybe you're watching on YouTube, so you have no idea what it is. So our server is essentially just a hub for everything that's about Google technology. It has like a few channels where everyone can talk to that are categorized by essentially technologies. But we also have some few channels where everyone can talk about their pets or talk just about anything, really. But what's interesting is that it's also a company server. So it's important we have like a big deal about inclusivity there. But moreover, we have about 30,000 members recently. We just reached that. But from all over the world, which essentially means that inclusivity is really important in that regard, because we have people from every single place in the world, probably, hopefully, which is really different from the Google developers groups, for instance, which are really location-based. But another issue is that since it's about software engineering, we unfortunately inherit the diversity issues that comes with software engineering, that the world already has, essentially. So for instance, in the software engineering world, there is currently an ongoing issue with the gender gap. It's getting better, it's starting to get better, but still, there is a gender gap issue. And that's something we can still see on overall general online communities that are about software engineering too. So that's why essentially we have to develop some methods to have better inclusivity, but thus leading to better diversity on the server.
Better inclusivity includes good tools to be used and also a good moderation. And that's why what you're talking about.
So, so we'll share a bit about now strategies. So from our experience in the Google Developer Community, we have developed some few strategies for a welcoming space. And so those are, first off, setting the ground rules. So the really important part is setting the ground rules of, so every single rule you have to explicit them and make it very clear to everyone what the rules are. So imagine a fancy party without any rules. Picture people juggling order or maybe breakdancing as a chaise lounge, chaos essentially. So similarly, online spaces, they need clear guidelines. So you need to outline expectations for respectful behavior, like no name calling or avoid personal attacks, for instance. Those seem obvious, but it's important to state them so everyone understands them, regardless of the language barriers, for instance, or cultural differences. So it's important to outline them in that regard, but it's also important because you can more easily moderate on them. So if you clearly stated them, then you can act on it too. So you need to think of them as digital door signs. It's kind of a warm welcome to people that join, but also with a friendly reminder to take off your shoes, essentially, metaphorically speaking, at least. But the second part is to have an active moderation. That is really crucial to an online community that needs to thrive. So just like a great bartender keeps the peace at the pub, active moderation is crucial. You have to have designated moderators who enforce the community guidelines, but also address any negativity promptly. So think of them as digital bouncers, but way cooler, I have to say. But essentially, it's really important because you need to act quickly when something happens to clearly show and display to everyone on the server that it's something you do not tolerate on here. But it's also important because online communities, especially the bigger ones, so for instance, in our GDC server, you have a ton of people. And unfortunately, that means that people start to talk outside of the server too. They don't only talk inside the servers, they start to talk outside. But that part you cannot moderate, which means that it is really crucial to actually show and display that it is not tolerable. That way, if something happens, so for instance, let's say one member of your server messages someone else from your server to say bad things, essentially, that other person may keep it to themselves. But if on the server itself you show that you are not tolerating any of that behavior, then they'll be more easily come to see you when something like that happens, and then you can act on it and kick them off your server, essentially. But that brings me to my last point, which is to actually push your community to adopt and transmit those values themselves. So, for instance, one thing we did on our server is that we have different roles, and I think that's something that's really crucial too. So you kind of you need to have some kind of hierarchy, right? You have moderators, but it's also nice to have another role behind the moderators and the other people that is kind of in between and doesn't bring much moderation tools, but is more like a vanity role to give to people. So for instance, on our server, we have a top contributors role. And it's really important to kind of give some people on the server the power to feel like they can act like maybe very small moderation tools. That way they see how you acted in the point I mentioned before. So they see that you really don't tolerate any form of hate speech or anything. And when they see that, they'll try to retransmit it. They'll adhere to it. And since you give them a bit of power, they'll try to do their best at it. And they'll still transmit those values themselves, which means you don't have to do as much anymore. You don't have to be constantly on the edge. You have people that have adopted what your values are essentially and are transmitting them themselves. I think that's pretty much it. So we really want to push you to do the same thing and to essentially push inclusivity. So even if you don't have a server, for instance, one thing you can do right now is to try and speak more about it. Because speaking about it is the first step to actually overcome those issues, as with anything really.
And there is still a lot of work to do.
Definitely.
Even in big online communities.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Thank you, everyone. It was a blast to have you. I don't know if you guys have questions. So, see that. Okay, so
if you have questions,
let me check in the chat. I see people writing. Say 1 second. Okay, well, if I think we can end it there then.
Amazing talk. Thank you so much to the both of you for sharing your journey and understanding of inclusivity with us. What a fantastic start to the day. So thank you so much. Next up, we have Elizabeth, and this is in around 12 minutes. So we'll see you for the next session in around 12 minutes. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We are now ready for the second talk of the day. So it is an absolute honour and delight to introduce you to Elizabeth, who's going to be speaking to us about empathy as a tool in the field of technology. So Elizabeth, a big welcome to you.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm so happy to be here and to be in your presence today. Happy International Women's Day to you. Yeah. So, my name is Elizabeth Orji, as she has explained, and I will be speaking to you about empathy as what? As a tool. So, this is my slide. Can you see my slide? Okay, empathy as a tool in the field of technology. So that's what I'll be talking about today. So before I proceed, I want to give you a brief history about me. So I started off as the dental therapist for 13 years. I later pivoted into research, and I researched in digital dentistry as an oral health researcher for 2 years. And today I also pivoted into software engineering. And yeah, that's a brief history about my work journey. So I'm also a Google Women TechMaker ambassador. I also offer mentorship to the British Computer Society, the Google Developers Students Club at Concordia, and the Women in Tech Malawi. I also love to fuse technology with health, with leadership and education. And I got featured in Motherboard magazine, and the founder of TechMakers to thank you for giving me this opportunity and for being on this call. So my next slide, it's me trying to introduce to you what empathy as a tool is. So empathy is a tool in which I feel everybody who works in technology needs to have. So what is empathy and how can empathy be used? Now, if you understand that every product you are working with, every company you are working for, or maybe you are a student, you are studying, and the end game of your study or the outcome of your study is to offer your service or whatever you have to fellow humans. These humans have a heart. These humans have emotions. And in general, empathy is simply being able to offer your solution in such a way that you are able to touch the emotions of people in the right way. So empathy is actually something that we as people in tech need to develop. And it's simply because we spent years working with technology, we've spent years working with robots, we've spent years working with softwares, that sometimes a lot of us don't have long human interactions with other people, especially if you work remotely. So it's usually you and your computer a lot of the time. And over the years, we found out that because of this way of working or this way of life, we started losing touch in terms of being empathetic. And when you are being empathetic, is making sure that if you are creating designs, you are making sure that your designs are inclusive. You look at every facet of humanity and say, I'm going to include everybody in it. What about when you are trying to innovate? Your innovation should be human-centric, should be centered as from the angle that humans with emotions are going to use my product. How do I get to their emotions? How about if you are going to be using data and algorithms? Your data should be built or should be extracted in such a way that is going to serve purpose to humans. And make sure that everything you do, you are making sure that everybody who uses your product, who works with you, who interacts with you, is having an absolute fun experience because you are getting in touch with their emotions. So, over to my next slide. I'm setting the stage to welcome you to today's lecture on empathy as a tool in technology. So this stage that I am setting here is going to be a quote from Alfred Adler, which says, what he feels empathy is seeing with the eyes of another, listening with the ears of another, and feeling with the heart of another. This is what he understands empathy to be. So, in my own little understanding, if I'm to summarize what empathy is, I would say empathy is the ability to understand and share the feelings of others around you, and also is going to help you to foster understanding, collaboration, and inclusivity amongst people within your network, within your circle, and the global world around you. So, being an empathetic person when you are dealing with products, with people, with organizations is the way to go. So, what next do I have on my slide is how can we use empathy in technology? So, how can we use empathy in technology? Empathy shapes the design. Now, when you are creating a design, if you are a designer in technology, maybe your design might just be able to use a piece of paper to draft out something, or maybe using it on your computer. Make sure you are asking yourself, if I am the one that will be using this design, would I be happy with it? This is you seeing from the eyes of others, hearing from the ears of others, and feeling from the heart of others, and making sure that your design encompasses everybody and every aspect of humanity. What about development? When you are trying people who might be using things that you are going to be developing might have shortcomings in one way. They might be disabled in one way or the other, or they might be enabled in an extraordinary way, like in a hyperactive way. So how can I develop solutions to cater for these different classes of people, making sure that I cut across race, across culture, across inclusivity, and across every facet of humanity? And when it comes to implementation, when I'm trying to implement my product, let's say at the stage of implementation, I am in a testing phase. Are you going to include everybody when testing out your product? Are you going to make sure that the product you are implementing cuts across every single person, whether the person is rich or poor? Can he or she be able to use your product? Can your product create so much impact in the life of people that they would want to come back to use your product again? So these are ways technology can benefit from empathy. How about you are someone who feels, okay, I am not empathetic enough. How do I transition into having an empathetic role in the field of technology? Now, transitioning into an empathetic role of technology is simply putting your feet in someone else's shoes and saying, can I feel the way my users are going to feel? Can I hear the way my users are going to hear? Can I see the way my users are seeing this product? I once used one product back in 2015, and this was back then when we do not have so much innovation in terms of landing page. Now, this particular product was one of the very few products out there that offers landing page as a service. So when I wanted to do that, I logged into the website and there were instructions on the screen, and it told me how I was going to pay and how I was going to have access to download the landing page. So I did that, I paid, I downloaded it, and I was like, wow, this is excellent. Then afterwards, I had a technical error and I went through the website and there was no contact that I would be able to use to get across to them. All attempt to reach the company owners was not possible. I was downtrodden. I was heartbroken because I felt I had put money in this and I expected it to offer me equal value of what I've put into this. But much later, I understood the engineers that built this stuff did it in such a way that they do not want to have contact with the users. Now, how empathetic is this company? To my own opinion, they are not so empathetic. Actually, they have gone through that extra mile of designing a landing page in 2015 when there is nothing like a landing page as we can see today as a service. Where you have to code landing page from scratch back then, but this company were able to do that. But the other side of it was they do not have the constant relationship with their users, which is not empathetic for a company. And today I can't find that company anymore. They are no longer online because other companies sprang up after them offering empathetic service as as a support to whatever landing page service they are offering, and they actually put them out of business. So transitioning to the role of empathy makes you have a huge impact on the field in the field of technology and also to the users who are going to use your technology. Next slide, I'm going to give you a case study. Because I'm a Google woman, all my case studies is coming from Google because I really love the way Google handles empathy. Now, one case study I'm going to explain to you about Google is inclusive design. Don't worry, I use case study a lot because I'm a researcher. So case study of Google, I'm going to speak about one out of all, okay, two out of all this software I've listed here, which is Chrome. Everybody here at one point or the other have used Chrome in their life, and we will all tell how efficient Chrome has been. One, Chrome came out to be a free software. At that time, when Chrome was out, we had other softwares out there, but Chrome outdid them. Why did Chrome outdo every other search engine that you can use? Is simply because Chrome listens, Google listens to the users, and they keep implementing changes. Now, if you always log into Chrome like I do every single day, every once in a while, I get a small notification on the side of my laptop saying updates available. So they keep constantly updating Chrome. I do not pay to use Chrome, but they still have to offer me free updating services. And this is like I get so emotional whenever I use Chrome and see how efficient Chrome has been. And also Google Docs. Google Docs is another software that I use very often. And you could see how very, very useful Google Docs is. And when I see the way Chrome was arranged, and I asked a lot of questions, and they said it's because they want disabled people to be able to use Chrome. So it is so accessible. The accessibility of Chrome features and Google Doc features cannot be compared with any other software offering the same service. So the next slide I'm going to talk about is empathy in user experience. Now, what is user experience? I will give it a very small example like touring, moving from central London to West London on the Elizabeth line. Once you hop on the train in central London, anywhere in central London, and riding from central London down to West London, from point A, central London, to point B, West London, you are going to have an experience. Now, how is that experience shaping you? How is this experience affecting you? That's what I want to explain in terms of empathy in user experience. Now, I'm not going to use trains, I'm going to use technology. Now, what is empathy in crafting user experience? The moment you offer a service out there and you offer a service where you have a website and people can log in, how are they experiencing your website? How are they experiencing that? Is it easy to navigate? Is it easy to use? Can they easily find a place to ask questions? Can they be able to move from one screen to another? Are there breadcrumbs left along the way to aid them? So these things is important because if I have a very wonderful experience in using your software, I would come back again. And for you to be able to offer your clients, your users that experience is for you to do what Adler said, put yourself in the shoes of your users. Use their eyes to see, use their ears to hear, and use their heart to feel. So another example that I like to use when I discuss user experience is the Google Be Internet Awesome initiative. When the initiative started up, the initiative has actually shaped a lot of how we use Google services today. Now, when Google came out quite early, we do not have the kids version and the adult version. Anybody could log into Google and use Google. But today, with the advent of the Internet Awesome initiative, promoting digital safety became at the forefront of what Google do today. And they're like, how can we help you achieve digital safety? How can we help children and parents have awesome experience when you all log into using any of Google's services? And the initiative went on to gather information from users, implemented these informations, and today we have awesome experience using Google. So my next slide also speak about empathy in team dynamics. Empathy in team dynamics is something that is very dear to my heart. Now, why is it very dear to my heart? Empathy fosters collaboration and teamwork in tech environment. I have been working for a very long time, and I really struggle with teamwork as a person in my career. And here I am saying, for me to be an effective team player, I have to see from the eyes of my team members. I have to hear from the ears of my team members, and I have to feel from the heart of my team members. And when I sat down to look at myself from the eyes of my team members, I knew I needed to do something about my ability to be a better team player. And the first step I did was to enroll in UNICAF University, and I took a course on strategic management. That also fostered me to take another course on another MBA, which is Masters in Business Administration, and that has helped me become a better team player. I understood that amongst my colleagues in the place of work, those who have experiences in business administration and management, we are better team players than those of us who do not have it. So it moved me to say, I am not taking this course for myself, but I'm taking this course to help me become a better team player. And I could make the sacrifice on my behalf and on the behalf of my team because I want to be empathetic and I want to become a better team player. Another very good example I like to give here is to back to Google, is the Google Maps. You know, it's wonderful if you are someone who does not use a wheelchair. You wouldn't understand that there is a wheelchair accessibility feature on Google Maps. Now, if you're someone who uses a wheelchair, Google has actually mapped out every city for you that you can be able to use your wheelchair effectively in any city you find yourself. Because we know you, because Google knew you have mobility challenges. They said, we can see through your eyes, we can hear through your ears, and we can feel through your heart. And they made that possible for you to be able to do what? For you to be able to do that. So if you have been able to hop on a train in London and you were not listening clearly to the voice prompt, and because usually they tell you if there is a step access, if there is an elevator access in a particular train station. And if you are someone who uses a wheelchair and you get off a train station where there is no access to a ramp or to an elevator, is going to be very difficult for you. So Google Maps is one tool that has been very effective, very effective in helping people with wheelchair disability to be able to have access to move around the city wherever you find yourself. Now, next is empathy in leadership. Empathy in leadership is something that we have to really look at. It's very, I think it's easier to be a boss and harder to be a leader. And being a leader is something that we all do not possess naturally. We have to learn. And asking yourself, if I am being led by this other person that I am leading, would I take the same steps that I am using to lead these people? Will I accept that? Will I do the same thing? Am I being a better leader? It's coming from the angle that I am leading a certain amount of people. Can I be able to see with their eyes, hear with their ear, and also feel with their heart and say, I am a good leader, I am leading properly. Another very good quality of an empathetic leader is the ability to uphold trust. A very good empathetic leader is trustworthy. Your yes should be your yes and your no should be your no. So that is a very good quality that an empathetic leader has. Another quality is the ability to empower your team. A motivated team do not get tired of going. Being able to empower your team, motivate them where necessary to carry everybody along is another quality an empathetic leader carry. Next is to drive positive change within organization. I know some days it's very hard to be positive driven because of our own personal lives, but I would say being positive driven is just an idea of looking at the good side of everything that is happening to you, saying, my team members are not the cause of my problem. Can I be able to see things differently from their own eyes? So if I was the receiving side, would I be able to accept what this person is saying? So what we are saying in essence is for you to be positive driven is saying, when I'm faced with a particular challenge and I can't lead positively, do my team member deserve the other side of what I am bringing to the table? If the answer is no, so I think it's okay for you to take a break, pause, take a deep breath, and rethink the next action you are going to take. So positive change is another quality an empathetic leader has. Lastly, I'd like to talk about the CEO of Google, Sundar. Sundar Pichai is someone that I've always been motivated from, and I love his leadership style. He's quite a very pragmatic leader, and I know a lot of leaders love to go through the processes. They are like, can you get your job done? Can you do A and B? He's no. He is a let's get it done kind of a leader. I saw that in him. He once said in one of his speech that I do not like to lead people by telling them what to do. I like to give my team members or my people I work with authority to get their job done. Now, telling people what to do and giving them the authority to get their job done are two different things, two different ways to look at the same thing. So because of he's an empathetic leader, he focuses on inclusivity and diversity in his place of work. And he is quite a very good leader, and he has led Google to where it is today. And in conclusion, empathy is not just a soft skill. We think it's all about soft skill, but empathy is something we all need to have, because when we are dealing with people, we are strictly dealing on the emotions of people. That's what we are dealing with. We are dealing with their emotions. People are their emotions. So empathy is not just a soft skill to have, but it is a powerful tool that drives innovation. If you look at people from an angle of emotions, they are ready to go with you anywhere you want to go to. And because of that, it will also help you to foster inclusivity. At this note, I'd like to speak about a man from my country of origin, Nigeria. His name is Dangote. So Dangote was being interviewed and they kept using Africa, Africa. And he said at a point, I would love if you use a more general term to talk about me. He said, I am a global citizen. That was the first time I heard that word. He said, I am a global citizen. The way I became the richest man in Africa, the steps that I have followed, if you take that same steps to Europe, take that same steps to Asia or anywhere in the world and implement that same steps, you will still get the same results that I have gotten. So because of I am using a global principle, stemmed from an empathetic point of view, I see myself more as a global citizen. So because of he has seen himself as a global citizen, he can be able to foster inclusivity in his place of work as a leader, and he also can be able to help shape the future of technology. Thank you, and I think I beat the time. I don't know if there are any more questions to be asked, I would love to take them. Yeah.
Elizabeth, thank you so much. What an amazing and really interesting talk. I'd love to ask about your journey into discovering empathy in leadership. Were you always empathetic, or was it something you developed and grew over time as a leader?
I was not very empathetic at first. I worked in the health sector, so I see blood every day. And at a point, you get to be so tough at heart and feel people get sick, people cry. It's just part of it. It's just part of life. And then I realized that it made me a very bad team player. And when I read about having to be able to feel the way the other person feels, hear the way the other person hears, and see the way the other person sees, that helped change my leadership style and the way I approach empathy.
Amazing. Thank you so much for sharing with us. You have loads of thank yous and comments in Discord as well. So thank you for joining us and really well done.
Thank you so much, Lisa. I'm grateful. Have a lovely day. All right, bye.
Amazing. So up next, we have an incredible talk all about influence. We have a short break, so we'll see you in about 4 minutes. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. It is such an honor to introduce our next speaker, who is going to be talking about how we can elevate our influence and how we can present our ideas to leadership. So, a huge, huge welcome today. Over to you.
Hello, everyone. So many times it happens that we have been thinking of a problem which we really want to solve. Um, but we are afraid, we are skeptical, we are concerned, or we have that inner voice asking us questions like, if it is a problem which needs to be solved, if it is a problem which should be taken care of, or if it is a problem which I should address. And once we cross this stage and build all our courage to accept saying, no, this has to be solved, the challenge we face of convincing everyone else that this is a real problem area, we have to get to it, we have to solve it holistically, we have to really work on this to get better at one, two, three is much bigger than the actual problem itself. And that's what we are going to focus on today. So let's get started. Hello, everyone. I'm Shweta Sharma. I am a senior engineering manager at Intuit. I have these two little kids, monkeys, who keeps me busy. I love doing yoga. I do walking, and I am trying to share my knowledge on how to pitch your idea to your leadership. Before we pitch any idea to anyone, we have to start with the problem. What are we solving? What is it which is annoying? What is it which is really demotivating for us to proceed further? What is it which is frustrating because it has been a priority but never gets done or gets better? And the old timer at works have given up on it. I'm sure there will be problems like this in your workplace as well, you know, which you think is an opportunity area which needs to be done but can't. What are the things which we have tried over and over but we have failed at? Or the opportunities which needs a new solution but we are not prioritizing it. So please provide your thoughts in the chat about ideas you have been thinking about or the problems which you want to solve. And let's build a path to present that idea or problem to your leadership. If not everything or all of it, I'm sure at least you should be able to identify the gaps which you have to fill in before you present your idea at the end of this presentation. I will be anchoring or I'll anchor my metric solution at many places in this story. This is a simple library which I built, and this emits metrics for our API interactions. I propose this solution to my colleagues, manager, and leaders, and currently it is being used by 50 plus teams in Intuit. Okay, I will look forward to your chat messages or comments in here. Okay, moving on. So now you know what problem you're solving. It is very important to know what will that solution deliver. The idea you are proposing, what value it bring to the table. And what I have done is I have divided it into four different parts as we will be focusing more on the software side of it, right? One is architecture, team, customer, and business values. So let's start with the architectural problem. Because if you are in a software company, it is very, very important that you see the architectural pain point. You know, that helps you solve the problem holistically, sorry, and it also help you solve the other problems related to it. You know, you will start looking at the problem from the bigger perspective. The next will be what and how this helps your team, could be other teams. You know, you have to think in a way this helps X team because they have been struggling with XYZ. They have been doing this repeated work for 1, 2, 3, 10 times. They have been struggling with this problem, or we have been struggling with this problem for so many years, right? The next would be customer issues, customer problem. Customer is centric to everything, As soon as you tie up your value proposition, it helps you showcase customer obsession, you know that your solution is designed to solve a customer statement, customer problem, which brings a customer value into the picture, and that would helps you tie it to the next, and the last one is a business value, because that is important for your leadership. That's how they make money, and that's how they pay us, right? So how I would like you to connect all these 4 points is, this architectural solution addresses our current pain points of publishing metrics, because we are not able to get this data throughout the system. This also helps our team build observability around our software. By this, we will be able to generate metrics, by implementing this quick solution out of the box. Not only we will generate metrics, we will also help this will also help us build better product for our customer, as this will bring down or let us know the failed customer interactions, that is FCIs, beforehand, even before it happens, and if that happens, it will also help us to identify the problem area, which will eventually help business, because happy customers, more revenue, more value to business, as well as this will increase dev velocity, save time of our developers, which is otherwise going into repetitive work and testing. So you see how I anchored my metric story and articulated the whole value proposition, you know, which will help me bring my idea to the table, and also help me define why adopting this idea will deliver value. And that's the message we want to convey. Okay. Now, you know how valuable this idea is, but we still have to prove that, that why anyone should believe in you, and how that trust, that belief comes. It comes with the proof. If you have internal proof which you can point to, for example, if you have seen someone solving this kind of problem in the past, which really have helped all the different teams, your team, other teams, which align with your idea, share those examples. For example, I gathered the data. I showcased that I see three different teams have written similar code, similar pattern, everything is same, and they're repetitively writing this code, where they also, their energy or time also goes in maintaining the test, building that solution, maintaining that code, um, which we can otherwise eliminate by creating a library. You should also focus on getting external validation. What does that mean? Um, it means you find a case study. You can see how Google has solved a similar problem, how Facebook has looked into it, or get some case studies to back your idea by some showcasing or projecting some customer data. For example, I found Google Doc. So there's a very famous Google paper which talks about four golden signals. I used that doc to showcase the value which my metric solution can provide, and how it covers the golden signals for our customers. And as I said, always tie your idea to business value. As I related it to customer, it brings in the business value. It showcases how golden signals are really important to us. Okay, I'm going to take a look at the comments. Mm-hmm. Awesome. Going forward or moving forward, as we know the problem, the value it brings, and we have supported it right with some data also now. The next step would be, and it's a very crucial step, to come up with a plan on not only how would you deliver this idea, but also how will you evaluate the success of it. What will your success metrics will look like? You know, you plan your plan should talk about timelines, success metrics, expectation, and this is very important for your pitching journey because that will showcase your thought process to the leaders. When you're building this plan, think if you want to go narrow on your first use case or you want to go broadly and give it a big push that, okay, no, this is how it's going to go. In my experience, incremental and punctuated deliveries are safer than a big net, boil the ocean approach. But again, it is case by case basis. And make sure you think through the timelines and set expectations accordingly. This will also showcase your commitment to efforts and estimation, which will eventually build confidence of leadership in your idea because you are going ahead. I need this much time, I will deliver this value, and this is the expectations from this solution, and these are the stages we will cross on March, April, May, and so on. Next is the ask. I went to this meeting and talked about I want to do this, I want to do that, here and there. And in the end, my leaders asked me, oh, it all looks good, it is very nice. But what do you need from us? And I was like, yeah, I'm good, I got it. And I will let you know if I need something. But that wasn't true. I definitely needed 10 other teams to align and support me to build what I'm proposing. I needed resources. I also have to align my time commitment with my manager, right? And I also have to align my team's time commitment as well as the goals, the quarterly goals we have, yearly goals we have. Where does this innovative solution of mine fit in? So basically, what it shows, I wasn't prepared, right? You have to build this list in advance. What do you need from leadership? And also, what do you need from your peers? You need their architectural knowledge, you need their experiences, you need people to contribute, you may need other teams to participate in your experiment based on your idea, right? You may need the care team to support when you launch this experiment, and so on. So think through it. You cannot deliver it all alone. You need a mentor as well who will guide you with every step of the process. So now I'm convinced this solution is very much needed. I know in my head that if we do all this, we will save X amount of efforts, X amount of resources, and my precious time, which is going into doing this A, B, C, D repetitive work, or something which is something new. It will increase the release velocity. It will improve the experience. But when you talk about it, always remember this pitch isn't for you, it's for others. If I'm presenting this pitch in architectural forum or as a tech proposal, all my evidence, context, pain points will or should align with tech and customers. But if the same is being presented to business leaders, my focus will shift on customer experience and business value. Business value can be in terms of dev efforts, dev velocity, time which is going into the testing, time which is going into the maintaining code, deployment, and so on. The next thing is evaluate the mood. of the audience, objective of the meeting, and attention span of your audience as well. In some talk, I heard this big, I'm forgetting the name of the person now, a brand builder, ambassador. He says 7 minutes pitch is ideal to propose any idea. It should be to the point with key details and value you bring to the table. So when you go to present your pitch, ask yourself two questions. Is this the right pitch for this audience? Right? Because if you are going in a team meeting, they know your project detail, they know everything, they will ask different kind of questions. If you are going to talk in the architectural forum, they know what is going on or A B C D, they will try to fit that solution in. How does that help there, and what other org has done it? Can we solve this from that solution versus this solution? If you are going to the leadership, they will ask you, okay, how much time commitment, how much efforts are we talking about, what value is it really bringing, what how much time it is taking today versus what you are projecting, right? And second question you should ask, what are my key objectives which I want to achieve in this meeting? And remember, you should always leave with two things with your audience. So define those objectives well in advance. When I was working on this metric solution and I proposed the idea, people were listening, but they were not really sure about my approach. So these are the people who wanted what I wanted, right? So these are the people who want to solve the same problem you want to solve, but they are really not sure if you have the right solution in mind. These are the folks who will provide you with a trusted but contrary opinion. And it is important that you seek their feedback or opinion because they won't agree just to make you feel good. They are or have been dealing with the problem you are trying to solve, and they see the world from a different vantage point. That will highlight the qualities of your ideas, good or bad, doesn't matter, but they will help you. It will definitely give you a different perspective which you can work on. It will provide you, or it may provide you, new dimensions to your idea or solution. You should observe and reflect on their reactions. Anything you can glean from this stage is gold. you know it can help you prune a weak branch of your idea and catch on to the new one of theirs. I'm sure many of you would have refined ideas after discussing it with your peers and mentors and friends, and those are or they are your trusted advisors. The success of any idea, it depends on your allies and influencers, right? You see so many YouTube videos, Instagram, so many influencers are going, and they are moving things. When they talk about something, there's so much which is we pick up, we follow those ideas, we try those ideas, right? So for me, during my developer role, my principal engineers and architects have been the biggest allies. Now, in my leadership role, my peers, my manager, my architect play a role of influencer. You should identify potential allies who can amplify your message, and that will increase your chances of success. Go through the meeting invite, you know, and see who and all are there, who can be your sponsor. Don't be afraid to ask for 30 minutes to pitch them on how the idea can achieve those goals and understand their perspective from the audience point of view to tailor your pitch. Again, collaborating with design and product can also be a very good idea. They can be powerful allies with a wholly different point of view. And if you're not from the dev, if you're from some other org you're coming in here, think of whom or what teams you collaborate on daily basis. Get them on board with your idea. Okay, detractors. We are all afraid of them. They are tricky. It is hard to convince them. It is hard to align your idea with them, and trying can be very overwhelming and distracting and sometimes demotivating. So, when I was working on the matrix solution, I got the questions like, every team wants to build their own solution. That's why they have it. Every team has a different metrics to emit. Every team might want to do it differently because their code base is different. They might have a different languages they are working on. Your solution might not solve their problem, you know. And there's already a solution. Why are we rewriting it? And so on. These kind of questions help me answer or acknowledge that points or questions I was thinking are obvious, but might not be so obvious to everyone. I imagine in my head, okay, I'm gonna build a Java library. It will work with Go. It will work with Kotlin. The major platform is the Java. We are good there. But did I mention that in my pitch? I didn't. Even so far, while talking to you, I never mentioned it before, right? So it might be overwhelming, yet taking the time to understand their concerns, especially of those who are not convinced and actively opposing your idea, can be really, really helpful in preparing your pitch and highlighting the key elements which you might have, missed otherwise. And remember, it's often not what you think. They might not be opposing it. They might not have the clarity on your idea. So the key here is not to try to win the argument, but really understand the shape and the root of their concern. So ask yourself, have I met my key detractor ahead of time? We talked about allies, contrary opinions, detractors, and the audience. But why did we do all this? It was done to prep, right? And giving out all likely scenarios. And that is the key of pitching an idea. We say stars were not aligned. But if you know a detractor who's going to be in that meeting, or their concerns will be raised by or voiced by others, planning your response ahead of time will help you align the stars. If you know it is likely that you will get head nod without an actionable response, you are just getting the stalling. Ask a follow up question. And how will you ask a follow up question? You have to prepare that follow up question. Do prepare that follow up question. You know, does it make sense to do a POC and see how the results are and make a decision then? This question is putting the idea in their mind that, okay, you want to do a POC, okay, maybe you go forward, something like that. Other question could be, what would you need to see to make a decision to move forward? And with these or preparing these questions and asking these questions, you are not only asking for an action item, but making a positive move towards your goal. Giving a nudge and a slight push will help you move forward. Definitely prepare before you hit the ground. Practice, practice, practice your pitch a couple of times. You know, once you practice, you realize in your head, okay, this, I was about to say, no, I'm not forming my sentence properly. No, I have not addressed this particular concern. No, I have not covered that part. So make sure you prepared well before you go on to that floor. And we are really already at the end of it. Before you go pitching your idea, make sure you run this checklist, which I have just shared with you. What is your idea? Why is your idea important to you? What opportunity could it bring to the business? Or what opportunities or what problem it is solving? How does it align with the business goal? Value and vision. It is aligning with in your business. Share the idea with few colleagues of yours to broaden your perspective. And check this key question: have I tailored my pitch for the audience? Have I sought out a trusted contrary opinion? Have I met with my key allies and influencer ahead of time? And don't forget, have I met my key detractors ahead of time? Have you planned your response to resistance and undesired outcomes? You know, Once you have all this ready, I'm confident that there is no way someone can reject your pitch. Oh, with this, thank you everyone. The last is the presenter. I'm Shweta Sharma again. You can connect me on LinkedIn, Instagram, Facebook, um, Twitter, or X, and I will be happy to help you answer any question, right? Um, and I'm ready to answer any questions you have right now. I do not see much in the chat, but do ping me, do connect with me, and see you soon.
Amazing. Thank you so much for such an enlightening talk. I've definitely got some great takeaways to take back to work and give a go. So thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. It was really nice presenting this idea, and I hope this is helpful for everyone.
Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day.
You too. Bye bye. Thank you.
Amazing. So next up, we're going to have Sonia in just about 8 minutes. Amazing, everyone. Welcome back. It is such an honor to introduce our next speaker, Sonia. Hello, Sonia.
Hi everyone. Hi Lisa. Yeah, my name is Sonia Ohanaba, and I am really excited to be here today to, talk to you guys. And I'm going to use this medium to say thank you to the organizers for this session. I feel it's such a powerful session, especially because it's for women. And I also want to use this medium to say Happy International Women's Day to everyone, to every woman in here. And just want to let you guys know that you're doing a good job. And yeah, so basically I'm just going to dive straight into it. I am going to be talking about, I'm just going to share my screen. I'm hoping you guys can see my screen. Yeah, so I'm going to be talking about.
It's not quite there yet, Sonia. So if you hit present and then hit the screen, then I can add it.
Okay, so share screen, share entire screen. It's not letting me share for some reason. It's not letting me share. It's graying out the share option. But I mean, it's fine. Basically, I'm here to chat with you guys. I don't really have. It's just bits and pieces on my. I literally have 4 slides, so that's very fine. So is it okay for me to go ahead without sharing? I just don't want to waste too much time.
Yeah, absolutely. Whenever you're ready.
Okay, cool. So I'm going to be talking about navigating success and empowering women in tech for a flourishing digital future. So basically, my topic is me talking about my story, my transition into tech, and also the challenges I faced when I joined tech initially, and how I overcame them. And also, I'm just going to be highlighting the need for women in the tech landscape, in the tech industry. So my story. Like I said, I'm currently a digital insight analyst now, but many years ago, I started off as someone in the health field. So growing up, I grew up in a proper African home where your path is already predefined for you by your parents. So I was made to believe that I'm going to be a medical doctor because my mom and dad thought that I was really compassionate. I mean, I feel like as a child, you're compassionate. I mean, if I saw my brother hot and he had, like a cut, and I felt sorry, and I wanted to help, I feel like that's literally what almost all children would do. But my mom and dad just somehow thought that I would be I would do well being a medical doctor because I was really compassionate. Now, as a child, I believed that and I flew with that. So I was a medical student, all A's in biology. And to be honest, I really love biology. And then I wanted to study medicine in uni, but I did like a short medical course. So it's basically I did human anatomy. And human anatomy, instead of doing 8 years as an MBBS or medical student, is basically I did 4 years. And in those 4 years, I learned in conjunction with the medical students. So literally, I was a medical student up until the day I graduated. So I literally did 4 years of medicine and then I left. So already in my second year, I was like, yeah, no, this is not for me. So I already knew that medicine was not going to work out for me. But I went through with my bachelor's degree in human anatomy, and I graduated. But then I knew that I was always very, very much tech inclined. And I wouldn't say that I really enjoyed coding as much. But I mean, there's other, and that's the beauty of tech, is that there's a lot of diversity in tech. You don't need to know you don't need to do heavy coding before you can call yourself a tech guru. So I just started doing a lot of self-learning, and then it brought me into the point of actually taking a master's degree in data analysis, which I did, and it was wonderful. I mean, there were so many times where I felt scared and I felt like I wouldn't make it, but I felt more fulfilled in that course than in the medical side of everything. So after doing that, I started applying for jobs. Obviously I got my master's degree. I started applying for jobs, and I finally landed my well, as at then, my dream role. And I was really happy, and I was like, yay, finally, this is the end. I can now practice what I've always wanted to do, and yeah, or whatnot. But no, that wasn't actually what happened. It was being in that job. Getting that job was also a journey, and it was a journey that I needed to learn from, and it was a journey that I needed to build myself in the tech landscape. So I'm just going to highlight some of the challenges I faced in my first role as a digital analyst. The first point is imposter syndrome. And basically what imposter syndrome means is, excuse me. Yeah, so what imposter syndrome means is feeling like you're a fraud, feeling like you're less of who you are, feeling like you're not going to exceed in whatever you do. You're just a fraud of yourself. And I feel like it's very normal actually to have imposter syndrome. We're human beings. Literally, we have imposter syndrome almost in different areas of our lives. But because I was transitioning, and I also had work experience in the health field, and I had never had any work experience in, like the tech field. So I was always feeling like, oh, okay, fine, I've gotten the theoretical knowledge in uni, but then I haven't gotten the practical knowledge. So what if I'm actually underperforming? So I was always overcompensating. So I mean, literally, it was a 9 to 5 job, but if I had a task, I would want to be very thorough with the task. So I might stay online until 8 p.m. Just trying to prove myself, trying to make sure that, oh, everyone sees that, oh, she actually knows her stuff. And that was the mistake I made, because no one was actually really paying attention. Plus, it was an entry-level role. So I was also undergoing trainings, as well as doing my normal day-to-day role. So no one really expected so much from me, but I expected so much from myself, which wasn't so nice of me to do to myself. So that was one of the challenges I faced. And then secondly, being a Black woman in the industry is a different topic entirely. So literally, when I joined my role, it was a hybrid role, and I had to go into the office, I think twice a week or thereabout. And it was okay being online. I mean, I had my team, so we would chat on Teams, or we would have like group meetings, and it was fine. But when I went to the office, it was a massive office, and it could hold about 600 people, 500 people, no exaggerations. And then when I went into the office the first time, I realized that I was literally almost like the only Black person there, which kind of, I mean, I felt some kind of way about that, because it just went to show that there was underrepresentation of, the minority group. And I but I mean, I was also new and I was also young, and I was like, okay. And then also the company is a multinational company, so they have several branches scattered here in the UK and also in different parts of the world. So I was like, okay, maybe it's this branch, just making excuses for all of that. But then I started to realize that there was some, sometimes there will be passing comments of, microaggression, or there'll be, people just would say something in a very polite way, but it just always reminded me that, oh, yeah, I'm actually the only Black woman here. So, and that brings me to my next point, culture fit. So I always now try to, fit into other people's culture. So I would literally, I would literally, fake smiles, fake laughs, when people were talking about something that I didn't really understand or I didn't really resonate to, I would laugh, but then I didn't really want to laugh, or I didn't really understand what it was. So that was also another challenge for me. And then lastly, one of my major challenges were a lack of respect. So I could be presenting in a meeting, or I could be talking in a meeting, and I would, get talked over. And I always then used to make excuses, like I said, and I'll always be like, oh, okay, maybe it's just because I'm new and I'm in an entry level role. So maybe, but it just put me down, because at the end of the day, I would have so many questions during the meeting, or I would have so many suggestions. I'll just keep it inside me, because I'm like, okay, I wouldn't want to open my mouth and then let something stupid out. So that's literally how I felt. And I didn't realize that I would say this was a toxic environment for me to be working, or it was a toxic way for me to be feeling, like I said. So now I'm just going to highlight the ways that I was able to, overcome me feeling the way I felt, and overcome, all these challenges. First of all, relating to my imposter syndrome, I just built confidence. The quote or the phrase, the catchphrase of fake it till you make it. To be honest, I will tell you, you cannot just wake up overnight and say, yeah, Sonia, you're going to be confident today, and that's it. No, it doesn't work that way. I mean, I tried so many times, and that's why I know that it doesn't work that way. So, but I had to build confidence from scratch. I had to fake it until I made it. So, and I always told myself that if I wasn't confident in myself, in my stuff, in my work, no one will be confident in my work. So I don't really need anybody's validation, as long as I know that what I'm doing is the right my methodology is the right methodology, and I know what I'm doing, I know my stuff, and I'm delivering on my tasks, on my duties, and I'm doing what I'm meant to do. I don't need to overcompensate. I don't need to prove myself. I don't need to not have enough time for me just because I'm working in a company that probably doesn't pay me enough, right? So I just had those conversations with myself, and to be honest, it wasn't really easy. But as time went on, I started feeling self-confident, and I didn't really need anyone to tell me, oh, Sonia, good job on your presentation today, oh, good job on your delivery today. I didn't need anyone to tell me that, because I know that I delivered good. I know that I'm doing a good job, and that was enough for me. And then when the rest of it just started flowing in, where people always say, oh, you're doing a good job, that was an extra for me. It wasn't really something that made me feel better of myself. Then the second point is, I identified my area of interest, and I simply became resilient towards achieving my goal. So it's very, very important, because to be honest, everyone needs a job. Everyone needs a job because of the money, if we're being very honest. And there's so many people who do not have job satisfaction, but are just there because of, the money. But then again, it's very important for you to love what you do, and also get that satisfaction, the monetary value, and also the personal satisfaction of contributing to the tech landscape, especially if you're in tech, and especially if you're a woman, and especially if you're a Black woman or you're a minority woman in the industry. So it's very important for you to feel fulfilled in all areas. And one of the ways that I I chose to do this was to find an area in my field where I know that I wouldn't shake. I know that I really loved and I would want to further my interest in. And I know that if I do this, I would do it very well and achieve company goals and also achieve my personal goals. And also, if I wanted to, obviously, from my challenges, you'd see that I faced some sort of intimidation. So if I wanted to, talk about a salary increase or talk about a position raise or talk about something that I know that I deserve as a woman who has, put in her all in the tech landscape or in her niche, I would be able to do that. I wouldn't be able to, I wouldn't feel like, oh, I'm under deserving of my role or under deserving of whatever good that I actually should come to me. So it's just basically being the master or the boss in your area. And the third point is never accept intimidation. It's really hard it's really hard, especially if you're in an entry level role. And that's why I hope my session or my this conversation helps anyone who is in uni, transitioning into the tech environment, or in an entry level role, or someone who's been a master of her role, but you still face one or two intimidations from here and there, from your boss, from your team members, or from wherever. I would just say, really never accept any intimidation. We I when I got to when I started my first role, the first red flag was that I was the only Black woman in that building, and I just pushed it aside. I shouldn't have done that. I mean, there isn't so much I could have done, but it took me a while before I was able to say, you know what, I'm going to stand up, I'm going to apply for other jobs, and I'm going to make sure that wherever I'm going to promote a culture of inclusivity and diversity. Because it's very important as Black women for us to come into an environment, especially in the tech landscape. First of all, there's discrimination against women in tech. And then now being a minority in tech and being a woman, a minority woman, is a whole different ball game. So it's very, very important. Representation is extremely important. As a young girl who just got my entry level role, I needed a mentor. I needed to see someone who looked like me, someone who may have experienced similar situations, just as as I currently was experiencing. Somebody I could relate to, because I mean, I was going through culture shock being in the company, but it would have just been better. It would have just been easier, and I would have just, been at ease if I saw someone literally who looks like me. So never accept intimidation. If you feel like you're giving your all and you feel like a request for a raise or a request for a raise, a higher position, a request for you not to be treated the way you feel like you're being treated is necessary, then go ahead and request for that, because you deserve it. You do not deserve to be treated less of who you are just because you're a woman in the tech landscape. Then I'm just going to talk about the need for women in the industry. So first of all, diversity and representation, like I said earlier, there's so many women there's so many people who are navigating through life and, are just testing the waters. Okay, I'm going to try this. This doesn't work for me. I'm going to try this. This doesn't work for me. And then you land into a nice tech job that you've always wanted, or a nice tech job that makes you feel like you have that job satisfaction that you want. It's very important especially in a multinational and a multicultural country, it's very important for diversity and representation, diverse cultures, diverse races, diverse ideologies, diverse gender. Is very, very important. Everybody has a role to play in life. Man, woman, Black, white, it doesn't matter. Everyone has a role to play and everyone has something unique to offer. So I feel like this is something that most companies should imbibe as the number one culture: diversity, representation, and inclusivity, because it also helps to foster a nice and a warm and, an interactive community. I mean, I'm not saying that we cannot interact with other. So basically, when I say, oh, it would have been nicer for me to see someone who looked like me, doesn't mean that I couldn't have interacted with other people. But I mean, it was just very not nice to be able to only be the only person, and then always have to explain myself. You ask me a question, I have to explain myself and tell you, oh, why I've switched up my hair today because I'm a Black woman and I need to do this, blah blah blah. It was just becoming really draining. But I mean, if there was a culture where there were so many people in the minority group, there's a diversity. I mean, I felt like so many questions wouldn't have been asked to me, or so many passive microaggressive comments wouldn't have been, pushed on to me. So yeah, it's very important for that inclusivity and sharing, creating powerful networks, getting a mentor. There's always someone who, well, there's not, I won't say there's always someone, but I mean, you can always try to see if there's anyone in your niche who you can look up to. It doesn't even necessarily need to be in your workplace. It could be online. It could be in an online tech community. It could be anywhere, but someone you can look up to within the tech space, and be able to share your ideas and also be able to learn. Learning is so important. I love I love learning. I love learning new ways to do new things. And that's the beauty of tech, right? Because there's no one method to a solution. It's like there's so many different methodologies. And when you begin to speak to people within the landscape and you start seeing that, oh, I've arrived at the same solution, but you've done it in a very different, unique way. It's just very nice to see how people's brains work. And my last point here, which is, I wish that I could have shared my slide, just only because of this last point, is that women have superpowers. Every company should know that women are very valuable. You need the touch of a woman to, make that deal a success, to make that job a success, to make that process a success. So yeah, women have superpowers. I want to use this as an opportunity to let you guys know that you should believe that you guys have superpowers, and know you should be accepted in any tech landscape whatsoever that you find yourself in. If you're not able to push to create your stand in wherever you are, then I feel like that would be a toxic environment, and you should leave as soon as possible, because you wouldn't want to be feeling underdeserving of yourself and have imposter syndrome just because you do a 9-to-5 job. You should have job satisfaction, and you should you should be able to be a boss of your own in your own niche. So that's basically all from me today. Like I said, I want to thank everybody, the organizers, Google, Discord. I want to thank everyone who's joined in on YouTube and watching us live. This is my first time ever speaking in a women's session, and I mean, I've heard everyone speak earlier, and I just feel so empowered already. So I'm really happy today. And if you guys have any questions, you can drop it on the chat, or you can let me know. I will be happy to answer your questions. Thank you.
Sonia, thank you so much, and thank you so much for sharing your journey. I have a question for you, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Obviously, you faced some challenges and adversity in joining into tech.
Yes.
What is it that drives your passion to overcome those challenges? What do you love about tech?
So basically in uni I did data analysis, but when I joined as a digital analyst. in uni, I knew what data analysis, business analysis was. I did some practical case studies. But when I joined as a digital analyst, I felt like, and I worked in the marketing team. So it wasn't, like I said, I'm not so much of a coder. So I'm not big on, coding. But what I did, I felt like I really loved it. And I feel like I really loved it. I'm not, because I'm basically still a digital analyst. So, even though I faced those challenges, because I loved my job and because I loved what I did, I felt like there was a need for me to overcome them. So that's why I kept, ringing about job satisfaction. It's always very important for you to love what you do, because if you're very demotivated rather, it wouldn't really push you to do much. Like, you just basically give up in the end. But if you really love what you're doing, there's you automatically get that drive to push through whatever barriers, whatever challenges you're facing, just so you can excel in your job, if that makes sense. So that's basically what I did and how I was able to overcome some of my challenges. I hope I've answered your question.
Amazing. Thank you so much. We have a comment from Neil, who really enjoyed your talk. And we have a question from Pathology Bazaar. He would like to know, they would like to know, which tools are best for digital analytics. They're specifically asking about healthcare. But yeah, which sort of tools do you use?
Yeah, so basically I use Google Analytics. I actually landed my first role with Google Data Studio. So I use Google Data Studio, but not really in work, but like more in my personal work. I also use Microsoft Power BI, and what else? Excel. I use Excel, but basically my major tools, my go-to tools are GA and Microsoft Power BI. That's literally what I use every day of my life. Yeah, I hope that answers your question.
Amazing. Thank you so much. They said thank you in chat. I think we just have one more question coming through. They're typing at the moment. So
that's fine.
But thank you so much for your talk. It was so fantastic, and well done for doing it with no slides in the end there. Sorry for
the Thank you.
They're just typing. Are they gonna? Oh, so they're asking about Power BI and whether you feel it's still relevant in today's industry and market.
Whether it's still what? Sorry, what did you say?
Power BI and whether it is still important, relevant, and used in industry.
Oh, yes, it is. So basically, what I do with Power BI is I connect to data sources from GA, and also there's an internal data source within my current company. And then what I do is on Power BI is so intelligent because it does most of the work for you. However, if you there's a bit of coding there, and sometimes it can get into a lot of coding. So I do a lot of Power querying and DAX querying. So with DAX querying, I'm able to literally create any calculated metrics or column that I might need in order to fulfill like the business requirements. And also I love Power BI because of its interactability. I love the fact that it's very, very user-friendly with both front end and back end users. I personally think Power BI is still very relevant today. And will still be, because every time there's always a new update. Like recently, they've done this thing where you can create like Power BI can automatically create a report for you. So yeah, I would say yes, Power BI is still relevant. I believe it's still relevant, especially with the kind of work I do. I hope that answers. Which digital analytics is best suited for mobile apps? So mobile apps, to be honest, I've used, so for reporting, I've used Google Data Studio. I use Excel, and I've used Tableau, and I've used Microsoft Power BI. I've also used Looker. But like I said, Power BI is so good because it's also very, I mean, literally, if you wake up in the morning and you feel like you want to see your numbers that morning, you can take up your phone, and then the it's accessibility on the mobile platform is wonderful. It is literally like you're already with your laptop, but I mean in a mobile version. So if you're asking for mobile apps, I would still recommend Power BI, because basically that's what I use. But yeah, Power BI is also very good for mobile apps.
Amazing. Sonia, thank you so much. It's been an absolute honour and pleasure to have you join us here for our International Women's Day celebration.
Thank you.
And now, in just a few minutes, we'll be introducing our next speaker. Amazing, everyone. I am so honoured and delighted to introduce our next speaker, who is going to be talking to us about gamification in tech. Welcome.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. Hope you're good. Nice to see you again.
It is wonderful to have you here. I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you so much, everyone, for keeping up the attention. That's the good news that I am the last one before a little break. So hopefully it's going to be a very short but engaging conversation. Today, I want to talk a little bit about something that I care about, that is how to make technical learning more engaging and also more accessible to the majority of people that may not have a technical background, but might have technical interest. And this is true, something that I also like, that is gamification. A little bit of an introduction about me. I do marketing, so I don't have a technical background, but I love tech. I ended up in tech with a very straight path in the sense that I really have had a strategy, but I didn't really got into it before like 2 years ago. So I worked in a lot of different fields, but I really wanted to get into that because this really was my passion. So, and I work, as I said, in tech, open source, but also video games. Also, I'm part of course, the Women TechMakers ambassador. And today, of course, the main topic is gamification. What is gamification? Gamification is taking game elements out of video games that can be put into other domains, other industries, other practices, also into education to make it more engaging. So if you think about certain game dynamics, for instance, the badging system or like the rewards or like filling up a bar is something that keeps the gamer engaged and want them to finish the levels, finish of course, the game. But at the same time, it's something that you can put into your own journey. And why these practices can help you, it is because it's important to make engagement and motivation very high for people that are first learner on technical topics. So gamification and these two projects that I'm going to present to you today are an attempt, a project, some ideas that want to really tackle these two problems that are, of course, lowering the barriers to technical learning for, of course, people that also have a not technical background, and also people that may want to increase their digital literacy, and also increasing diversity in the sector. Because if we lower the barriers to technical learning, if we have more people that have higher digital literacy in certain topics, we also increase diversity, because people may feel more encouraged and more motivated to enter the industry. And what I wanted to stress indeed, and what is very important to me, is that I feel like this really opens the industry to the majority of the people. So people that indeed have a different identification, gender, but also indeed, I think it's very important to stress a different background. Because if you think about maybe people that have like a context or an environment that really didn't foster a technical learning, and then later in life they decide to career shift, it's very hard for them to find resources or like feel motivated or confident in themselves. So I think these kind of projects and ideas can definitely help that. So there are, as I said, some current problems, of course, in the market and the industry, also in gaming, not just in tech. And one of these problems is that the tech industry is rapidly growing, which is good, but also we need people that are very highly skilled and are professionals. And the market always needs these very specialized figures, but at the same time, there is a lack of them. So how come we need so many professionals, but at the same time, we don't have enough resources? Also, there are, as I said, there are people that maybe have a little exposure to tech skills. And so we can definitely tackle into that market, not through those resources that would like to enter into that, by possibly lowering the barriers through projects and ideas. And another problem is that when you enter into tech, I would say also in other domains, of course, but definitely into tech, there are so many advancements on a daily basis, almost, definitely a quarterly basis, that sometimes you need to also to keep up the motivation and never stop learning. And of course, be up to date to the latest advancement. How to solve these problems? Some solutions that actually take into account gamification can definitely help tackle this issue. And why gamification is important? It is because can definitely has the potential to transform lifelong and technical skills learning, making it more engaging and keeping up the motivation of new learners or already experienced learners in the long run. Also, as we said, we lower the barriers. And what does it mean lowering the barriers is that I don't feel afraid to learn a new topic. I don't feel overwhelmed by the amount of things that are out there to learn and to do. So I feel like the first step is something that I can do. The second step might be something a little bit more challenging, but still I feel confident that I can reach it. So that is important. So creating steps, and I lower the barrier. And also right now, and I'm going to give you some examples and also a couple of projects that have been built by my community. There are already right now games and tools, and maybe this gives you idea to create your next side project or personal project that can integrate gamification in it. There are already right now games and tools that implement gamification to learn technical skills. For instance, this is something that I used myself to learn CSS. And it's called the Flexbox Froggy. You can definitely try it yourself if you don't know it yet. And it's definitely, a very fun and engaging way to learn CSS properties and commands. So this is something that is nice. Of course, you see immediately the result. It's a it's a browser based. And of course, there are like different levels. So as you can see, there is level 1 of 24. And they're increasingly difficult. So that, of course, you learn something that is also more, difficult by the as far as you go into the overall game. And it's also something nice, engaging, and of course for first learners or someone that wants to a little bit refresh their CSS knowledge, is something nice to do. Another examples, this is a game that is called Vim Adventures. Vim is very hard to learn. It has a little bit of a steep learning curve, but through a gamification, there is a sort of course, an adventure that you have a treasure to unlock. There is a maze, you have different levels, and through that, you of course learn the Vim commands. So you make something very, very, very hard also for professional developers, a little bit engaging, a little bit, divided into small steps so that people can have fun and have lower entry barriers. And now we're going to present the two projects that have been built in the community that I founded about productivity, tech, and my own personal journey and learning to code and just trying to get into tech in my own free time. There are Discord bots. So assuming that, of course, everyone knows that Discord is a platform of communication, you can also build your own bots. And the communities are all community-based, where two bots, one that is a JavaScript bot and another one that is called Citronet, that is a productivity and with a rewarding system. And these two tackles, of course, the problem we were talking before about, that is how to learn something new, JavaScript, and how to keep up the motivation. So how to give yourself reward for learning. Some example of them put into practice. As you can see, you can make the learning of JavaScript and this programming language contextual to Discord, and you gamify the experience. So of course, you can write comments in the chat. Also, other people can contribute to that, can help you out if you made a mistake, and you can also already see the result in the Discord chat. So the learning experience is not even anymore individual, but it's a collective experience, and it's gamified, and people can help you out live into your context of learning and engagement that is Discord sometimes, very often. So it's not something that is rigorous and serious, so like a workplace sometimes, but it's already part of your leisure time. And there are, of course, also different functions in it. For instance, this bot also has a music system, and so it plays also music based on a function that you write. And also, as you see, the canvas one. It's a very neat and beautiful bot created by Ian, the user. And then this is the rewarding system. Of course, this is about how many tasks you have completed. You check out your task, you get a reward, you get also points, you get a funny GIF. So you kind of keep up yourself motivated, and also the people in the other chat, of course, keep yourself accountable. So you have that positive pressure and also the reward by doing things that you like. So once again, your learning path and your personal journey is not even individual. You don't feel alone, you don't feel overwhelmed, but you feel, of course, part of a community, and you learn together. So that is a way in which a project can help also other people get into tech by indeed lowering the barriers to the technical learning, and also gamifying, making the experience more fun. The results of these projects that have been used have done more than 500 members. There has been a lot of positive quality feedback. People that didn't have any interest in tech or like bot making saw the benefit and started just researching on their own. And there was indeed an increase in engagement for the community in the feedback and their comments. So I feel like that to conclude my presentation, gamification can be something that you can integrate in your projects and your daily life, also just in your note-taking, and also to yourself when you do something good, just try to reward yourself and say, yeah, I'm using a little bit of a gamification, and you see that, at least to me, that works wonders in keeping up the motivation. Thank you so much. That was it. And thank you so much also for the organizer of this event. It was very, very nice and an honor for me to be here. If you have any question, of course, feel free to contact me and we can discuss.
We have a question for you from YouTube. What are your tips to make a user-friendly UI UX for any game, especially a fantasy one?
Oh, that's a very specific question. How to make a UX UI? That's very specific. Well, personally, what I like is making very clear and easy to understand icons and pop-up. So making sure that your UI is understandable. So don't sometimes also we use convention. Also, as you see in games, we use convention for a reason, and that is important because you need to, in order to make your game as accessible as possible. So, which also means sometimes very easy. Do use the convention. Do your own research on the genre of your game and what are the conventions within that niche, and trying to, of course, give it your own touch. Make it simple and make it absolutely understandable. And also, of course, test. There are a lot of QA tests in the gaming world, definitely for a reason. So keep notes and gather all the feedback that you can, especially on the login, the save. If yeah, all the icons are definitely understandable. So yeah, make it simple, but also study and research the competition and your niche, I would say, in terms of the features that you want to add.
Amazing. Thank you so much for that insight. We got a thank you in YouTube as well there.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's been such an honor and pleasure to have you here today.
Bye.
Wonderful. So now we have a short break until our next session. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. I am so honoured and delighted to introduce our next speaker to the stage. Welcome.
Hi, Lisa. Thank you so much for having me. Welcome, everyone. Thank you so much for tuning in today. I'm so excited to speak to you during Women's History Month and also for International Women's Day. Today, I wanted to talk to you a little bit about the importance of mentorship, how it impacted my career, and how you can go out into the world and look for a mentor to help you with yours. So, to introduce myself, my name is Ume Habiba, and I'm a senior at the University of Maryland. In addition to being a student, I'm also a full stack software engineer, a mentor, and an educator. I want to begin by kind of circling back to my high school days, which is where I had my very first CS mentor. And that was my high school teacher. Through her, I was able to get my first internship. And although this internship was unpaid, it ended up changing the trajectory of my career forever. Through this experience, I was able to leverage the connections from that unpaid internship and the experiences to get my very first paid software engineering internship. A couple things that I did that I think helped me a lot was one, writing down what I was learning. So as I, was experiencing different things and getting new knowledge, I would write that down. And at the end of that experience, what I did was I took some time to write down what I wanted to learn more about. Now, many of you are probably no longer in high school, so how can you find a mentor out there in the professional world? The first place is definitely LinkedIn. LinkedIn is a great place to kind of peruse through every single person who might be working at a company you want to work for, at a company you currently work for, and kind of just, maybe if you want to venture out and you want to learn about a different kind of role or a different industry, LinkedIn is a great tool and resource to use for that. The second place is networking events. I actually found a couple of my mentors at networking events. And at these events, you kind of want to have an elevator pitch ready, which I'll get into in just a bit. But these are great places to make authentic connections. And I always emphasize authentic connections because if you build a true and meaningful connection with someone in person, that will make such a good impression and will leave you on their mind. Trust me. The third place is career fairs, kind of similar to networking events, also a great place for you to make those connections and for you to leverage those like people that you're meeting to maybe later on make them into mentors or even just, maybe ask them if they're willing to provide you with a referral one day. Now, I just mentioned to have an elevator pitch ready, right? And you're probably thinking an elevator pitch, I already have that. I use that when I go to career fairs or networking events to get jobs. Well, this elevator pitch is going to look a little bit different. This one is going to have 3 different components. The first one should obviously introduce who you are, but you also want to mention where you're at right now in your career. The second one is where do you want to go? And the third one, which is the most important one, is how can person XYZ help you get there? Now, this third component is the most important because this will allow that other person to recognize how exactly they can help you and what importance they have in your professional career, in your professional career journey. Now, throughout all of this and finding a mentor and this entire journey, one thing is very inevitable, and that is rejection. Rejection and failure is truly key. I cannot tell you the amount of times I've gotten ghosted or even rejected on LinkedIn, asking for coffee chats, asking someone to be my mentor, but most times people won't respond. It really only takes one person to make that change. Now, in life, I feel as if you should have 3 people in your professional circle at the least. Now, imagine you're on a ladder, right? You want one person who's a mentor, so someone who can lift you up and pull you up. One person who's around the same stage of your career as you, so you can bounce experiences and ideas off of them. And you also want one person who you can help pull up, kind of like a mentee. Now, these are all very, very important throughout the course of your career and is really, really going to help you grow not only professionally, but also allow others around you to grow as well. I've mentored hundreds of kids formally and informally, and my one piece of advice remains the same: have an open mind. Don't be absolutely set on one thing and one thing only. One of the most beautiful things about life is the unexpected. As you continue to grow and flourish in your career, I promise you, you're going to be faced with the unknown, and doors that you never imagined existed will open. 2 years ago, if you would have told me I'd be sitting here in front of you all today and speaking to you for International Women's Day, I probably would have called you crazy. But life has such an interesting way of working out. And now I love where I'm at in my career, and I can't wait to see where it takes me as well. And on that note, I want to thank you all for having me and for listening. I also want to encourage you to go look for a mentor, a mentee, and someone who may be professionally equivalent as you. So you can find me on LinkedIn, Instagram, and TikTok. And especially on LinkedIn, I host free 30-minute coffee chats. So I am really looking forward to getting to know some of you and to talk to you. If you want any advice, please, please, please sign up. I would love, love to meet you. And on that note, if anyone has any questions, I know we have a few minutes left. Please let me know. I would love to answer them.
Amazing. Thank you so much for your talk there. That was so incredible. I feel so inspired to go out and find a mentor. I think we've got some questions coming through in Discord. I'm just seeing, I think they're typing. Let's see what they say. I have a quick question for you, actually. What are your thoughts on reverse mentoring? So perhaps when a more senior person gets mentoring from someone with less experience, is this something you've seen yourself?
Yeah, oh my gosh. And that's one of the beauties of having that person that you can pull up, right? Is they offer such different perspectives. They might be even from a different generation, and you know, who knows? They might be using technology that you've never heard of abused before, and they could also teach you so much about the tech industry, how they think it might be changing. I think it's so cool to learn from young people, and I've learned so much from, like, I also mentioned I'm an educator, and a lot of my students are elementary schoolers and middle schoolers, and you would think I probably won't learn much from them because I have more knowledge than them. Actually think they have more knowledge than me, and they're much, much smarter than me. So I love the idea of reverse mentoring. I think that you will grow exponentially if you have reverse mentoring.
Amazing. That's so insightful. Thank you so much for sharing. We have a question on YouTube. Just getting clarity on it. One moment.
You're totally good.
They're elaborating on Discord. Would be one moment. We did get some fantastic comments. Neil said they love your energy and it was awesome.
Thank you so much.
I think their question is regarding paid for mentorship scenarios. So have you seen people charging for mentorship? Do you think it can be worthwhile looking for a paid mentorship?
So this is actually my personal take on paid mentorship and unpaid mentorship. You know, there are folks out there who can afford to pay for services, and to those folks, I say, you know, if you can afford it, definitely do that and take part in it. But I don't think those services necessarily need to be monetized off of, which is why I host things like free 30-minute coffee chats, because I think it's the least I can do to at least pay my knowledge forward. And also, there are so many folks out there that also don't have the financial capacity to pay for those services. I used to be one of those people for the majority of my life who couldn't do that. And, you know, if I had the ability to pay for them, I probably would, but like you definitely don't need to. I think I've never paid for mentorship, and I think I'm a pretty good reflection of you don't have to pay for something in order to do great in your career at all.
Amazing, thank you. That is so insightful. And the final question for you is, I guess, about the different types of events that we can go to find mentors.
Yeah, so one of the places that I love finding mentors at, I kind of mentioned networking events slash career fairs. A lot of them happen at conferences. So a lot of you might know of the Grace Hopper conference. I actually found one of my mentors at Grace Hopper this past year. And there are so many other tech conferences around the world. There's one next month. It's called PHP Tech. It's for the PHP programming language. There's I think Afrotech, there's Richard Tapia. There are so many conferences that you can attend and that you can meet people at, and it doesn't even have to be they don't even have to be really, really big conferences either. You know, if you go to a university and you know your university is hosting a networking event, my university hosts so many networking events. Go to those. So many alumni will come. Maybe an alumni that works at your dream company will be there. They can be a mentor, or at the least maybe provide a referral. Just really leverage those opportunities. I'm someone who says take every opportunity that you get, whether or not you think you're going to benefit from it or not, because you never know what might come of it. So if if there's a networking event that's not really like catered towards you, but you're like, well, maybe I might get something from it, maybe not, but I don't really want to go. I say go to it. You really never know, one, who you're going to meet, and two, what you might learn from it. I truly think that at the end of the day, the people that you know are what is going to help you flourish in your career more than just the skills that you hold. And that I think is the unfortunate truth, and something that I'm also trying to learn, is people can really, really help elevate your career. So if you meet the right person at the right time, that can change your life forever.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for everything today. It's been so fantastic to hear your advice. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Lisa, and thank you so much, everyone, for having me and for tuning in.
Fantastic. Now we have a short break until our next session. Incredible, everyone. Welcome back. I am beyond delighted to introduce you to our next speaker. Rika, welcome.
Hi, how are you?
I'm well, thank you for asking. How are you doing today?
I am wonderful. I just want to thank you and Faye for having me today.
It's our absolute pleasure. And with that, I will hand over to you.
Awesome. Hi, everybody. I am excited to be part of your International Women's Day celebration. And today we're going to tackle something very simple but very complicated at the same time. Imagine a world where your gender doesn't indicate your success. That's the future I'm building. And today I'm excited to share my personal experience and how you can shatter the glass as well. Now, I don't stand before you as just a normal woman, right? I did found two tech companies. And as a woman that's navigated through this tech world, it's tough. It's tough. So I want to know how many of you guys have actually founded a company? Okay. So as we jump in, I just want to be able to just give you guys a pathway to follow and to build your own careers moving forward. So, as I mentioned, I have founded a company called Beauty Link. And we've had a great experience in building out what you would consider the Uber for beauty. And with that, I want to say that I found a personal problem within a family member that needed the services at home, but didn't realize that I was building something so vast and so large. Um, Moving into that, I did end up participating in accelerators, raising capital, and now I'm active when it comes to activism to make sure that women get access to capital because there's no reason for us to get less than 2%. There's no reason for that where we are today. Can we all agree on that? Put it in the chat so that way I can see. But if there's anything I can say, building a company and moving forward, there's going to be one thing that's going to happen to you on a regular basis. And that is everybody having an opinion about what you're doing. And also not knowing that sometimes their opinion is not advice. And that's your job to be able to figure out what is advice and what is opinion. I wanted to precurse that because even what I share with you today, you may find to be just an opinion, or you may find it to be advice, but the tool is yours to use. And I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page as we continue to move forward. Now, we've already gone through a little bit about my history. Let's talk about the battlefield. Okay? Let's talk about your experiences. So, think about a time that you encountered bias, whether it was against yourself or someone else. How did that impact the situation? And what was your response? I'm following in the chat, so please feel free to put in your experiences because that's how we're all going to be able to connect, right? Looking out and seeing, okay, okay. This is great. This is great. So, anybody have any lessons that they think was really clear about what they did for someone else? Because I'm about to share my lessons that I learned on the ground. Okay? I want to give you guys the toolkit for success. But, you know, it's something that I have to be very honest about. when it comes down to building a company or a product or fundraising, nothing is easy. But what I can tell you is that there's a way to build a survival kit around this, right? So let's first dive into resilience and grit, right? You need to be at a stage where you're never broken, never broken. You have to feel inspired and know that what you're doing is going into something bigger. And sometimes that takes a lot of work. And if I could say anything, if you are feeling like you're tokenized, like the only person and everybody's always spotlighting you, if you feel like maybe nobody notices you, maybe even if it's the thing of, I'm always getting negative feedback, remember that all it takes is one yes. You have to stay positive and push. You have to push through because at the end of the day, if you don't push through, you'll never know what the result was. If you guys agree, type 1 in the chat. Now, something else that's really, really helped me is that I built a network. And a group like this that you're participating in with today, you might find a few people that you want to make your trusted brain trust. People that would be able to come together with you and share feedback and connect with you. But the one thing I will tell you is that you need to have a network. Having a network makes things that much easier for you. That much easier for you in order for you to be able to continue and build, right? Let's say you want to go and connect with a possible investor in a different area, but you don't live in that area. The next steps that you get to take is, oh, do I know anybody that might possibly know someone? And how do I use that to get to the next step? Or can one of my mentors make an introduction to someone else in order for me to get to the next step? Because at the end of the day, no one can climb a mountain alone. If you agree, type 4 in the chat because I couldn't put together a product. I couldn't put together a company by myself. You still have to delegate. You still have to build the team that's going to get you to success. It never takes one. As much as we all want to say it can be one, together as a fist, you're powerful. One finger can't get anything done for you. Unless you like to pick your nose a lot, then I guess the one finger might work. But the other thing, okay, the other thing that I think is really, really important is when you're building something great and you're building something new, remember that innovation and adaptability is important, right? Because at the end of the day, you're a woman in tech. You're a woman in tech. And being a woman in tech means that you are tackling certain hurdles that no one else can. But being able to surpass those obstacles allow you to do so much more. They allow you to do so much more. And I need you guys to remember that we're all here because we want to innovate. We want to change the world with our ideas. And in order for us to do that, we have to be able to ask the questions, pivot, move things around, and get to the next step. And that's what you need to do when it comes to building something so innovative, is to be willing to be adaptable. And, I think about how I built out my first product with WordPress and Google. I did not automate. I was like, I am going to learn what it means to do this with a raw piece of paper and a pen. WordPress, and a Google Calendar, and we are going to make the world a completely different place. And I think about, back then, I didn't think about what my next step was. I didn't even ask myself, really, what does 5 years from now look like? Like, what does that look like? And, when you think about building your innovation, what does 5 years look like for now? Like, is it something where you're getting more access? Is it something that you're bringing a different team together in order to get more access? Let us know. If you're sitting here right now, what are your hopes for the next 5 years? Because that is what's going to empower you to continue and build. Just take a moment and think through that. Five years from now, what does it mean for you to empower the next generation? Right? Think about the ecosystem that we're part of. How do you want the ecosystem to evolve? Do we want doors to open? Do we want to remove challenges like bias out of the way completely? Or is it time for new policies, practices? Who are going to be the new champions when it comes to equity? I want to know what your hopes are. Make sure to type in the chat what you think 5 years from now are going to look like. Now, for the individuals that are planning on founding companies, either as the founder or the initial members, let's say the first 10, you need to make sure that the world sees and hears your ideas. But the only way that's going to happen is if you can showcase your passion through your voice. You need to be able to share with people exactly what you want to see in the world. As much as I don't want to say manifestation isn't something that's practiced commonly, it is. For those that ask and take in, it is something great. And that's why I want you guys to be able to put out in the world exactly what you want to see in the world. We're going to empower the next generation. This is exactly what we're doing right now. Now, I want to ask if anybody has ever been a mentor or has a mentor. Type mentor in the chat. Okay, how has that relationship impacted your personal growth or your personal perspective? Has it made things better? Has it made things worse? Do you think that you've been able to see more in the world? I know for myself, mentors have been one of the most tremendous parts of my journey. They have given me advice from everything when it comes to how to dress for a meeting, how to present myself in a particular way, even being able to switch up my pitch deck. But the one thing that's unwavering is making sure that I am confident in myself when I'm showcasing what I can do. being one of the very few women of color that has been able to break through certain barriers, I wouldn't have been able to do that without mentors. And my mentors had a vision for the future of what they felt the tech industry could look like next. But when I think about what it took for me to be able to continue to build and what it will take for you to continue to build, is you have to have the fortitude to think beyond right now. So, if you had to think of one step you could take next month to support another woman in tech, what would it be? Or what is one step someone can take in order to help you in your career? Put that in the chat. Okay. I think that's great. I think that's great. I know for myself, one of the things that I'm excited to do this next month is having direct conversations on the ground. And that will lead into the next conversation into the boardroom because there's a lot of things that are switching and changing for me. But first things first is to ask the questions because I think that the number one skill you need to have when you're building for tomorrow is the ability to ask the questions. You may not have all the answers, but being able to ask the questions is only a fraction of the way. Now, I want to talk about intentionality. I want to be honest about what it takes to be part of the future and to break the glass. You need to break the glass intentionally. If you know that you're not getting certain tools, if you know that you're not getting access, if you know that you need a way to get there, it's time to look at allies. It's time to break things. I wanted to say a different word, but didn't say it. But it's time to break things. It's time to break things because every decision you make is an intentional choice to either break the glass or conform to what the glass ceiling actually means. How many of you guys want to break the glass? I want to see this. So please share in the chat. How many of you guys want to break the chat? Not the chat, the glass. How many of you guys want to break the glass? I know that it's a really hard thing to do, but it's a thing that we all need to be able to do. So if you want to break the glass, let me know. Let me know. Let's talk about how we can break the glass. What are some steps that you guys are taking to break the glass right now? Okay. 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 Well, I have a challenge for you guys to intentionally break the glass. It may not be something that everybody likes, though. Are you guys ready to know what that is? Let me know. Okay. I want to give you guys a TikTok challenge. Something to try over the next 7 days. I want you to introduce yourself as a woman in tech, right? I want you to list how many years you've been working in tech. I want you to list your personal mission, right? And I want you to use the hashtag rise above two. right? I want you to put rise above 2 because we deserve more when it comes to access to capital. We deserve more when it comes to access to mentors. We deserve more when it comes to access, period. And being able to put your story out there and add a link to your company or your LinkedIn. This challenge will just be the initial call out for everyone to know that we, as a collective, is above 2%. We are above 2%. And I hope you guys take on the challenge in the next 7 days. I'm definitely going to be looking out for it. But now I want to just open up the door for questions. I think it's extremely important in order for you guys to get as much as you can from my experience by asking me the questions that you're dying to ask. And if I don't have answers, I will be honest and I will see if I can find an answer for you or direct you in the right direction. Are you ready? All right. Let's see what the questions are.
Rika, thank you so much for such an amazing talk. We've got some questions coming through on Discord, I believe. So I shall relay them over to you.
Wonderful.
Being typed. Fantastic. So one of the first questions for you, do you have any tips for when you are facing adversity or challenges in finding that positivity and kind of hope to get through it?
Yeah, I think that one of the most authentic things that I could tell you to do is be intentional in your choices. Something that really helped me along the way was choosing my shoes, believe it or not. Being able to select that I wanted to wear Jordans versus wearing heels in order to stand in my power stance. It gave me the amount of confidence I needed and the grounding I needed to be able to face adversity in a different way. And something else that I've heard is that if you put yourself in the power pose, like a certain power pose, it will allow you to feel more confident. Because when I hear things like that, really what it is us feeling some type of imposter syndrome when we're walking into the room and know that you deserve to be there and take that on as okay, yes, this is challenging, but I can get through this. It takes courage, discipline, and perseverance. And I have that, and I'm going to get there. I hope that answered the question.
Amazing. Thank you so much there. We're just getting a couple more few questions coming through, just waiting for them. Fantastic. So here is one about all of the fantastic things you've achieved, obviously, with founding your companies. Did it take a lot of bravery to do that?
I would say anybody that decides to build a company, it's tough. It's tough and it takes bravery. It takes courage to be able to hear no on a regular basis and still continue forward. But it also takes a certain level of empathy in order to build around you what you need to continue to move forward. So if I haven't said it or I didn't get a chance to say it, one of the most important things you can do that will help you hurdle building your company is building the right team and knowing that you need to fire fast, right? Even if you're like, oh, this person's trying so hard, it's so understand that not everybody can hit every stage of your company. There will be people that you have to let go of. And in knowing that, you need to be brave and have the courage to continue to the North Star of where you want to go. And sometimes that look of what bravery looks like and courage looks like isn't about wiping tears away, but also being able to make really hard decisions.
Amazing. Thank you so much for the incredible insight and everything you shared with us today. It's been such a fantastic session.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much for having me. I hope that I'm capable of like connecting with anybody else. Feel free to reach out to me at Rika Elise on, I don't know if it's Twitter or if it's X, but that's where I am. All right. Thank you so much. Happy International Women's Day.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Okay, our next speaker will be up shortly. Hello and welcome back. It is such an honour to introduce our next speaker, who will be talking about fostering inclusivity in the tech industry. Welcome, how are you today?
Hello, I'm doing well. Hope you are
Fantastic.
doing great too.
It is over to you.
Okay, I'm very honored to be here, and it's a great opportunity. So, as we gather to celebrate International Women's Day, I am really filled with a profound sense of gratitude and hope. And this day is not it's not just about honoring the achievements of women. It's about recognizing the barriers we've overcome and the change we've ignited along the way. Well, first of all, I love to start by introducing myself. I am Igariwa Stephanie Osasume, and I'm an advocate for inclusivity and diversity in the tech industry. And I would also love to honor someone too, who's my friend, you know, and you are a shining example, of strengths, resilience, and grace. And also, you face challenges and adversities with courage, and you've overcome obstacles with determination, and you've inspired those around you. Not only those, me, with your unwavering spirit. And I celebrate you today and all the other women who have touched my life, and shaped who I am today. So if you are in the comment section and you're a woman in tech, please give yourself a round of applause. Yeah. So today's theme is breaking barriers and igniting change. And it's a theme that resonates with me deeply. It's a theme that resonates with me deeply because in the tech world, women have been at the forefront of innovation, you know, and they've been driving progress and helping the future of technology. From the world's first computer programmer, which was a woman, to the countless women leading initiatives in AI, cybersecurity, and the likes. Women have been breaking barriers and pushing boundaries in every aspect of technology. But our work is far from over. And despite the strides we've made, women still face barriers and obstacles in the tech industry. And gender-based discrimination and unequal representation in leadership roles, and also unconscious bias. These things they continue to hinder the progress of women in tech. And in the face of these adversities, in the face of these challenges, we must remember the power of resilience. We must remember the power of determination. And we must remember the power of sisterhood. And this would now drive me back to the second person I honored when I started this. In reflecting on resilience and sisterhood and all of that. You know, I want to, and also the power of, individual impact. I want to pay homage to someone. And this person has inspired and has been like a beacon of, determination and inclusivity. And our resilience in the face of challenges has not only inspired me, it has not only pushed me, but personally, it has been a transformative example for me that have witnessed our tenacity, and also for others that has also been, a testament to our tenacity. Well, Chief, your journey is a testament to the power of leading by example. And you have not only pushed those around you to like aim higher. You have also pushed us to embrace the unique qualities and strengths of everyone, you know. And your belief in inclusivity as a cornerstone for success has been a guiding light. And also, let's not talk about your unwavering support. So, yes, just like Chief, we can also ignite change by advocating for gender equality and supporting women led initiatives and fostering a culture of inclusion and belonging. Um, and let's use this as a call to action to break barriers, to ignite change and build a tech industry that reflects the diversity and talents of all its members. Let us try to honor the women who have paved the way before us and inspired the next generation of future leaders. And we should continue to fight for equality and representation in tech. We should continue to, create communities that would support ourselves and support each other. We should create communities, and in ourselves, power of individuality. We should be the people. We should be the people that listens. We should be the people that other people can hear and say, oh yes, this person supports me, right? And together we can stand in solidarity and also work towards a world where every woman and every girl can thrive and fulfill her full potential. So thank you very much. I don't know if you have any questions for me. um Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so much. We had some beautiful support for you in our comments. So just put those up on screen. I'll just see if there's any comments in our Discord watch party as well. You have so many amazing messages in there supporting you as well, giving you claps and cheers. I was so impressed with you talking about so many amazing things there. What sort of things have inspired you in life?
Firstly, I would love to start from myself, myself, right? I inspire me a lot. Yes, I inspire me a lot because, coming from a place of disability, someone with disability, sometimes I wonder and I marvel at my own strengths because I'll just do some things and I'm like, did I just do that? Really? Did I just do that? And yes, I'm my first inspiration. My second is my family, and my third is the wonderful person that I mentioned, Chief. Yes, that's my third inspiration. These people just push me, to keep doing me, to keep, being on the right path, to keep inspiring myself to inspire others. Yes. So yeah, those are the three things that inspire me.
Amazing. So Sonia said, lovely session, and would like to know about your technical side. What is your tech speciality?
Okay, I'm a data analyst, a product designer, and I have also taken a liking to program management. Yes, that's what I do in tech.
Amazing. I think that looks like all of our questions. There's just so many messages of support for you. So thank you so much for joining us today. It's been an absolute honor to have you with us and to hear everything you have to say.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me too. It's a very huge opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So we're going to have a short break and then we'll be joined by our next speaker. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Again, it is such an honor to introduce our next speaker. Pavlina, welcome.
Hello, I'm really happy to be here. Thanks a lot.
It's an honor to have you. I'll bring up your slides and hand it over.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Pavlina. Thanks a lot for joining this session, either live or watching it later. My talk is going to be about how to make the world a better place for everyone and make money while doing it. As it was mentioned, my name is Pavlina. I'm based in Prague. I'm from the Czech Republic. I'm a trend forecaster. What it means, I help companies predict the future. I work for companies like IKEA or Erste Bank and help them, or startups. And also in my other life, I work a lot with startups. I'm a lead mentor for Google for startups, and I support a lot of female entrepreneurs. I also started one of the biggest educational platforms in Central Eastern Europe that is designed for marketers and aspiring entrepreneurs. But enough about myself, and let's get back to you and let's get to the training. My plan for today is walking through the essentials of trend spotting, like really the basics. And if you're interested more, ping me and we can discuss. I would be super happy. I will give you some resources or anything. Also, we will look at the business opportunities that I see are huge and overlooked for 2024. And last but not least, I will introduce you to a concept that will help you spot those business opportunities for the future. Ask me anything. Feel free to either go into chat or send me an email later. And I would really be happy to share the deck if you ask for it. So, like, really don't worry and tell me anything that could be on your mind. But let's get to it. I know you see my living room, and it doesn't look exactly like that, but the rest of my house did. And I believe if you're watching me, I think it's very similar at your home. What if I told you that I could have predicted that our houses will look like this already in 2016, when maybe my grandmother was collecting plants? That's exactly what one of the biggest trend forecasting agencies, WGSN, did in 2016. They released a report saying that Monster will become the must-have item on Generation Y, my generation. And it really worked out. What happened is that the sales of plants were up by 200% in just 3 years. It created new companies or even Instagram accounts. How is it possible that they were able to predict it? It's because they claimed at that time that they can predict trends with 95% certainty 7 years ahead. They were able to predict the rise of oat milk, the rise of ramen, and the Korean influence, the K-pop and Korean music or movies, or the Y2K coming back, the low-rise jeans coming back. And how is it possible? It's because they were looking at what was happening in society, what was happening in culture, what was happening in politics, and so on. It was a perfect world at that time in 2016, really, because the trend forecasting agencies were releasing reports, the big companies were buying those reports, but suddenly the world has changed. What happened? That we can now only predict the future with 80% certainty 12 months ahead. What happened? You ask me? We grew apart. Trends do not exist anymore. When I was growing up in the 90s, our household had only one screen, that TV that was showing the Titanic where Leonardo DiCaprio was staring. And the next day I would go to school and I would discuss with all my friends, like, yeah, have you seen Leonardo DiCaprio? Are you also in love with him? And so on. Now, an average household has 11 screens, and each of them has a very different feed, what you are looking at. And what I mean by saying that trends do not exist anymore is that we do not have a shared culture anymore, that we don't share that one thing that we can talk about. Another thing would happen that caused the fact that we don't have trends anymore and they were replaced by the short-term hypes is the fact that the trend cycle, the trend adoption cycle has just immensely shortened. You know, if we look at back like 20 years ago, you would really see the, for example, flare jeans coming back every 20 years. So, you know, there would be Vogue saying, hey, flare jeans are coming into fashion. And later, you know, you would see it in your local magazine, and later you would see it on some celebrity, and later it would get in the stores. And that's why the sales trend cycle usually lasted for 20 years. Now we are much faster because all that we are consuming is much faster. In fact, every year we consume as much data as if we read one Tolkien's Lord of the Ring book a day. That's immense. In last decade, the number of data we have produced gone up by 95%. So what is happening now? For example, with those flare jeans, in the morning you would see them on TikTok. By the afternoon, they would be already discussed on Forbes. And in the evening, your grandmother is already asking you about those flare jeans. So you are already tired from the trend. So we are basically running through the hypes all the time and nothing really sticks. Nothing we can share, nothing we can look at like the Leonardo DiCaprio or Titanic or anything else. And therefore, what we as trend forecasters usually say is that Gen Z is the last generation that we can describe. It is the last generation that shares some monoculture. The generations after them, the alpha and the beta, they will be growing up in very different streams, in very different feeds, and our whole world will basically fall apart into different subcultures with different trends, with different celebrities, with different communication channels. Imagine that as a Discord. Discord currently has over 19 million active servers, and even though you type the same URL, you're basically ending up on that one specific channel or two or three or five that are designed for you and not the other ones. You don't know what's happening in the other ones. It's very different from the TV or newspapers that we were used to. And therefore, like one good piece of news is that all trends are okay. You can wear whatever type of jeans you want to. You know, if you want to wear flare jeans, skinny jeans, white jeans, whatever, everything is allowed. You know, you will always find your people on the Discord server. On the other hand, what it means for us as business people, for us as founders, for us as marketers, that we can't really describe what's happening, that we can't really target it. And that's before we actually prepare the campaign, all that hype is gone and something else is fashionable. Why am I talking about this compared to the title of my talk? It's actually because I want to show you that there are still business opportunities for businesses to grow, something that will be valid in the next 10, 20, 50, 60 years. So my favorite question is ask me not what will change, but what will not change. And what will not change is that we want to be seen, we want to be loved, we want to be part of communities, we want to be included. That was true 20 years ago, and that will be true 20 years from now. So if you actually base your strategy on those universal truths, then you don't need to be influenced by every hype running around. But there are so many things and so many people, especially, that are not included. They don't feel seen, they don't feel loved, they don't feel they are part of the community. So, what I wanted to introduce you to are those different takes, different opportunities that we can utilize and also at the same time make some people happy. So, how to make the world a better place for everyone and while making money doing it. One of the first opportunities I want to highlight are people who are overweight. We always think about it like something that is not really happening, But what is happening is 59% of adults and 1/3 of children are overweight in Europe. If we look at, for example, America, the number is even higher. 2/3 of people are overweight. If we look at the number of people who are obese, we are even going like in stronger numbers. So there is a huge opportunity for those people who want to be seen, because when we look at them, they feel like that the world is not designed for them. The furniture is too narrow, too fragile, says Sarah, who has been trying to slim down her whole life. 71% of women have to work out in men's clothing. We always tell women or men, overweight people in general, that they have to work out. But how do you feel if the only thing that you can actually put on are your boyfriend's old t-shirt? You don't feel okay. And I think this is such a huge opportunity. When I did an analysis about 2 years ago, Nordstrom, an American chain retailer, was serving less than 2% of plus size consumers in their line. Tell me about the last time you went to Zara and you actually fit into something. An average European woman has a size 14 to 16, that's size 44, 46. I don't find those sizes in normal shops, in H&M, Zara, or whatever. And still those people want to live their life. They want to feel sexy. They want to feel seen. They want to go and be dressed for special parties. And, last but not least, for example, there are special lines that are designed for overweight people. For example, Mango, a Spanish fashion retailer, has a special line called Violeta, but that one is actually minimum 30% more expensive than their normal line, which is a discrimination again. So that's one opportunity. Let's go to another. People who are over 60 or over 50, like really people we don't count with. And I think it's such a shame we don't count with them. When I was looking for that picture on Shutterstock, I couldn't find anybody, like anybody over 60 that's actually actively doing sports. Less than 5% of pictures on Shutterstock feature older people using technology. And whenever I found a picture of them, they looked confused. And that is not reflecting reality, because 83% of people over 50 have a smartphone. They know how to operate ChatGPT. They know how to operate their Google Workspace. They know how to operate everything, because usually, they're in big positions. 68% of managers in the US should have been retired by now. So they are in that age, but we don't see them in the public space. And it's not about those people, for example, using technology or doing sports, but for example, having relationships, even having sex. Half of the people who are over 70 and they are in a couple, they have sex more than 3 times a month. It's something we don't ever count with in the conversations that we're having. And as I said, previously, every 6th person will be over 65 in 2050. Currently, it's every 11th person. So 10% of the population by now is already looking for certain clothes, certain living, certain lifestyles that would really respond to that. And what we see all over advertising are either cliches about old people, that they can't use internet or can't really go shopping or anything, or can't start dating on Tinder, or we don't see them at all. When was the last time you actually saw somebody, for example, walking the runway who was over 60? I don't think so. And it's not about sex really, but for example, the menopause. Currently over 1 billion people are in the world are going through menopause or are after menopause. This is such a huge number, such a huge market. But if we look at the femtech products and, for example, investment into femtech in general, it's so low. It's shockingly low. And I always say, for me, diversity and inclusivity, I'm very passionate about it because it's a way how to make money. And when I was looking for menopausal products, I could see only few brands, not all those brands that it would actually deserve. Third one, people who are disabled. Did you know that you are as likely to have blue eyes as to have disability? It's like the same number of people have disability as they have blue eyes. And if I go to Sephora, I could find, millions of eyeshadows designed for people with blue eyes. But when I actually go to IKEA or any furniture store, how many chairs do you find designed for people with disability? But at the same time, over 1 billion people have a significant disability. And it's not only them, you don't need to be in the wheelchair since you were born. But maybe you broke your leg, or maybe you're getting older and you will need that wheelchair. And that's what I mean by that 6% actually experience temporary disability in every year. And if we look around and the space around us, and if you actually start walking the city, you will soon find out that that city is unlivable with people for disabilities. For example, if you go to a train station, they're calling out the incoming trains, but if you have a hearing problem, maybe you're older, you don't hear that, which platform your train is leaving, or how do you actually get to that platform? For example, in the Czech Republic, if you want to take a train ride as a person in the wheelchair, you have to call in advance, 24 hours in advance, to tell them that you actually want to take a train ride. And then they will probably put you in the cargo, not with other people. And I think those are scary ones. And according to Pew Research, which is an American research institute, walking, independent living, and cognition are the biggest disabilities. So if you have a product that could be actually addressing one of those, you have a huge market coming up. One of my favorite examples of inclusion done right was done by IKEA. It's called Disables. And years ago, they partnered with people who actually had some disabilities, and together they designed a list of products that were add-ons on their existing products. So, for example, you could buy that sofa, but if you are sick like that person in the picture, you need the sofa to be higher. You actually need something extra. And what they did, they designed those things and then let you 3D print it on any 3D printer in the world. You know what? This was the fastest selling collection. Like on average, the pieces that they had attachment created for were selling on 30% more. The revenue of IKEA in Israel was 30% more after releasing that. And so they actually opened, and there were people accessing that from all countries in the world, calling Israeli IKEA. Could we actually start using that? Because that's amazing. And you know what's the best part about this campaign? Really, my favorite one is that that guy on the picture is the copywriter who created that. He has had disability since he was born, and he only communicates via an iPad. And still, he was hired by an advertising agency, and he could come with this amazing insight. So I think this is such a great argument of us also creating diversity in our employee groups. One of the best examples for me is definitely connected with fashion. This is a collection Tommy Hilfiger did for adaptive clothing. Vogue says adaptive clothing is one of the biggest missed opportunities. For me, a lot of missed opportunities also come from different events or public buildings. One World is an international human rights film festival, and last year they not only introduced movies in all the cinemas that were wheelchair accessible, but they also had the different type of interpreters that were interpreting the movies for the blind or for the deaf or for anybody that was in a way disabled. Another one, CAMP, is an institution in Prague that is about designing the city in the right way. And what they did, they started from themselves. So every time they're designing an exhibition, they would also consult a disability consultant, accessibility consultant, and she would give them hints how they should actually rework the event so everybody would feel included, everybody could attend the event. Almost last but not least, income. I think, in the last few months, we have heard so much about inflation. We have heard so much about people actually losing money on that. And even before the inflation, 1/3 of European families couldn't afford a week holiday in their own country. 50% of middle class in my own country couldn't afford to pay their energy bills. And those are the people who are the most effective. If we look at for example, spending, how it grew year on year, on housing, it was 7%, on transport, it was 19%, on food, it was 10%. It's just like, it's growing immensely, and it's affecting the people with with the lowest incomes. When they asked the high income families if they were affected by the inflation, 38% of them said, yes, we felt it in a way. 74% of lower income families said, yes, we felt it. So there is a huge gap of that inflation, and not only inflation, but in general, like the disparity happening in the society. What is an opportunity here? Low income doesn't mean you stop striving for beauty. That doesn't mean that you stop striving for luxury. That doesn't mean that you stop striving for something special and feeling extra special. And I think one of the best examples of that is L'Oreal and their positioning. You can easily buy a lipstick for $5-10 there, but it feels luxurious. It feels gold. It's like it's Kate Winslet and you wearing the same lipstick. And I think this is kind of like that thing we are going after. Not really like kind of we will give you discounts. That's not the only thing. Two projects that I really loved from last year. One of them was a Canadian retailer selling pizza, and what they came up with was they introduced a 1-year fixed rate. So if you signed an agreement with them, they said, we will not raise a price of our pizza for you. It was such a great marketing tool, but at the same time showing people that you really understand, that you understand your consumer and that you feel them. The second one is done by Hornbach in the Czech Republic. It's a DIY store like Bauhaus or any of those. I'm sure you have one like that in your country. And they did a collaboration with a very expensive design studio. And normally they would sell lamps that would sell for 2,000 euros. And together with them, they created a YouTube video that would show you how to actually create a lamp for less than 200 euros with the tools from Hornbach, from that retailer. And I think it's such an amazing thing to show, like, hey, you want to have design, we want you to have beautiful homes. Just like invest a bit of your time, invest a bit of your money, and you can have it. You can actually have something that looks like 2,000 euro. And I think that's such a good story, really. And that's how we should address those people. Like, we shouldn't address them as somebody who's suffering, but also somebody who's like really looking for this human touch happening. Adaptation. People who long for yesterday. This is such a big theme, and it's one of the most prominent things that we see in all trend forecasts for the future. In the last 50 years, we had the same acceleration of technology as the 200 years before. No wonder, because as I said, like, we're producing a lot of content. In her time, Audrey Hepburn would have 2 movies a year out. Oprah Winfrey would have 182 part of her talk show. Kim Kardashian would post 600 posts a year, and Victoria Paris, TikToker, she posts 22,000 videos a year. I think it's incredible how fast we are actually speeding the amount of content we are consuming, and also how fast we are going with every technology adoption that is there. If you look at the speed of adoption of ChatGPT, every technological innovation is faster than ever before, and that naturally creates the opposition in the society. It's full of people who are saying like, I really miss the easier times. I really miss the quiet times. I miss the times that we've been through. What we see in research that a lot of people miss pandemic. A lot of people miss the 90s where internet wasn't really everywhere. A lot of people in my country miss communism. It sounds really weird because you look back and you say, how could you miss pandemic? It was such a horrible time, but at the same time, you really missed it because maybe those were the times where the world was not running so fast. And what we see is that most people really experience nostalgia very often. This is from a recent article in New York Times. Nearly half experience it 3 or 4 times a week, and those people don't feel seen in the society because they feel like the only thing that the society cares about is the Apple Vision Pro or some other release, and it's really like they don't feel like there is a service for them, and they don't want to talk to you via an app. They actually want to talk to a real person. They maybe don't want to go shopping online. Maybe they want to go to that physical store and have that shop assistant tell them, hey, you look amazing. And what kind of perfume are you wearing? And I think we're missing that so many times when we're optimizing for everything. And really, if you look at your consumer base and ask them, what are your pains? What are your gains? And you really focus a bit further than your product and you focus on their everyday life, you will often find out that what they are missing is human connection. What we see nowadays is the epidemic of loneliness. More people die of loneliness than they actually die from smoking. That's something that Vivek Murthy, the Surgeon General of US, actually said the other day, and I think it's scary. And so far, this is one of the things that people miss the most about the past. And so, of course, they're responding a lot to anything that is running on that nostalgia. Either it's the type of sneakers or every design, or even a product that kind of reminds them and creates a connection for them. It really gives them something to talk about, really something to rely on. And last one is the longevity. I think so often we don't realize that with living longer and with all that technological advancement I have talked about previously, we will need to change careers. I have not had a job in last 10 years that actually worked with tools that existed 10 years ago or as a job that existed 10 years ago. It really everything is, changing so fast. My father has just celebrated 40 years in one company. I know I will never have it because probably the companies I work for, they will not exist in 10 years, not even 40. So no wonder if we look at the numbers that Generation Y and Generation Z are changing jobs every 2 years. With boomers, it was every 8. So even though Stanford now says that we change jobs 12 times during our career, it will be more often with with younger generations, and it will actually be less defined when it was when I look at my father's career. So my father, he is a programmer, he's an analyst, and he has been that since he studied. Basically, he hasn't changed career. But if I look at my career, I have already pivoted my career 3 times, and I know I will need to do that another 3 times. And I think that that is such a thing to consider. And we often, for example, introduce internships only for people who are 20 years old, who 25, who are finishing university, or fellowships or grants or anything. But what if you actually change careers in the middle of it? Then it's really difficult to actually adjust yourself in the employment market. And I think that's not the only thing that needs to change on the employment market. 40% of Americans are freelance. They are getting all their income from project-based jobs, from all those gigs. 64% of people with full-time jobs, they actually have a side job, either because they need to make money or because they are in this slash generation. When they're introducing themselves, they're not just saying, hey, I'm a programmer, but I'm 20 other things. And that also is not reflected. If you look at my LinkedIn, I have really hard time kind of putting all those brackets in there and explaining that to headhunters or anybody else. So I think there will be a lot of changes in the job market, but this one is such a great one to focus on, because when you will be hiring people for your company, also hire older. That doesn't mean they will be senior, but they will be mature to work with you and maybe like help you develop the company. That is the, like, I want to say that this was the whole point of my presentation. Like really thinking who wants to be seen, who wants to be loved, who wants to be included. And thinking like there are more opportunities. I highlighted only a few of them, but really, if we look at something called megatrends, those are the only trends that we can rely on nowadays. You can find more of those if we look closely. So megatrends are something that are the big changes in the society that we can rely on. So for example, globalization, urbanization, climate change, and so on. You know it's happening. You know it's happening slow and steady, but still happening. So if you, for example, look at the urbanization, we know by 2050, there will be over 70% of people in the global population living in the cities. What it means? It will, for example, mean higher loneliness, because once you live in a city, you probably don't know your neighbors. 7 out of 10 people who live in London don't know even one name of their neighbor. So urbanization can call that, and you can really build a huge brand or huge product around the loneliness in the cities. Or you can think about the commute, what it means. If everybody is moving to the cities, then it means we will be commuting from further and further and further. That means you can create a brand for that. So really, like, maybe that could be a great exercise for you. Have a look at those mega trends. I can, send more if you are interested. And think about what would be those business opportunities in the coming years, because those are the trends that you can really rely on, not the flourishes. So I'm at the end of my presentation. I would be so happy if you let me know what was your favorite fact or insight. What was your biggest takeaway? Would you make any changes in your business? And how you like the session if I talked too fast, which I do every time I'm nervous. So my email is pavlina@trendbrews. Find me on my social media at Pavlina Speaks. And really feel free to reach out or subscribe to my newsletter. And yeah, if you send me a message, I'll be sending the deck and extra materials and resources from which I got all that data. So thanks a lot for having me. I would be super happy to answer any questions if you have something in the chat, but otherwise I'm saying goodbye and giving it over to the organizers.
Pavlina, thank you so much for such an incredible presentation. There were so many amazing takeaways and things to think about in your presentation. It's been such a journey through it. I love how you've linked the concept of making money with being able to make the world a better place and really improve people's lives.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much for everything today. Fantastic. So next up, we have a fantastic talk about unveiling the spectrum of rest, exploring 7 transformative dimensions. Hello, welcome back, everyone. It is such an honor to introduce you to our next speaker, talking to us about the spectrum of rest. Welcome, Vaishnavi.
Hi, I think it's echoing somewhere. I'm just going to close my Discord because
Oh,
I think it's echoing somewhere. I'm just going to close my Discord. Yeah. Can you hear me now?
we can, yes. Welcome. How are you today?
I'm good. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Fantastic. So we cannot wait to hear your presentation.
So, Lisa, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. So, hello, good morning, good evening from whichever part of the world you're connected to. So, my topic for today is unveiling the spectrum of rest and also exploring the transformation dimensions, which are like 7 dimensions that I'm going to talk about. So, generally, when people talk about rest, they just think of sleep, a nap, a break. But for me, rest is a very holistic topic. And then this is coming from experts that I personally learned and I wanted to share it to promote more mental health awareness and tech. So, how many of you, show of hands, always think of a way to go on a vacation and then you see your bags packed and then you go to work and then you like you're not able to switch off, right? Lisa, 1 minute, I can hear my echo constantly in the background. Is there anything I can do for?
I think if you close Discord, I think you're hearing yourself back on Discord, so you can mute the Discord video or just close Discord.
I actually closed Discord. Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry, folks. It's just distracting me. I just want to. Okay. Okay. I'm back. Okay. So, how many times have you gone to vacation only to realize that you can't really shut down your brain, right? You are set off and then you go back and you're like trying to look at your work and then trying to check your emails, right? So you have a problem, you're not able to switch off. Or you always want to take a break, but your break comes at a point where it's towards the cusp of your burnout or your battery, right? Again, this wouldn't be recommended. Or your relaxation is more about stressing, getting all your things done, saying that that's me. I'm going to clean my house. I'm going to get everything done, order everything, and then move. This is how you're stressing about your vacation, right? Okay, so these are all not recommended. It's not sustainable in the long term. Or a developer here actually trying to tell us how do you visualize burnout. See, when they were in peak of productivity, you could see their commits going so often 2016, 2017, 2018. And then you see 2019, it just died down. It stopped dropping, dropping, dropping. That's where their body started telling them that, hey, something's not wrong. So you just pushed yourself so long and then boom, one day you just gave up, right? So just to visualize, right, how we expect in life versus what reality looks like. We talk about our life saying, oh, you work hard in school, get a good paying job, get become a particular professional, then grow in the ladder. But that's not how life works. Like, you have contingencies, you have medical emergencies, you have family, parents, children. So things don't happen in a linear cycle. Things don't happen necessarily the way you plan out to be. Even an entrepreneur journey can be lonely. You would be the lone wolf somewhere. You would just be going through ups and downs most of the time. So this is how the expectation and reality looks like. So that brings to the point that sleep is not same as rest. When you think of sleep, it's just one aspect of rest. It's just one piece of the rest pie. Here, mommy is in a meeting. Okay, so when you talk about rest, it's the most underused, it's the most chemical-free, safe, effective, natural form of therapy. I'm sorry, it's a Sunday morning, so there's some chaos with the kids. So it's the most free form of the safest form of the uh, drug-free form of any rest cycle, right? So if you typically look at the human cycle, you would see the breakdown of, you're spending so many hours here, so many hours growing up, adulting, so many hours with family, friends. So imagine your whole life autonomy is just broken down into these aspects. So rest is such an important aspect of this whole cycle. So I was talking in my title about the seven transformative dimensions of rest. So these are the dimensions. So you don't just need physical rest. That is what we are primarily told. Take a rest, take a nap, vacation, just sleep for a few hours or extra hours on a weekend, right? There's so many other forms of rest that we also need to exercise based on your profession you are in. Okay, so the physical rest, you need it when you're overtraining, overtiring your body. So that's just form of taking a nap, but it's also categorized into passive and active. What is passive for you? Passive is, ensure that you have good sleep hygiene, sleep 7 hours, take power naps. This is the most easy form. Active rest is when you actually improve your massage, go for a massage, do some restorative activities for your body. You do some stretching that also gives you a good physical rest. Now, mental rest, I think creative professionals like us go through this a lot. It's actually caused by your brain getting overtaxed a lot of time. So, what are the ways for which you could exercise mental rest in your health? You know, Sleep hygiene, major factor. Have a shutdown ritual after work. Perhaps when you're driving from your work to home, that's a good window for you to kind of wind down and logically tell your body that, hey, when I'm driving to work, my work routine starts. When I'm driving back from work, it's going to stop. So have a specific ritual. And then if you constantly have something's running, just wake up, journal at night, keep it and shut down and say, this I'm going to take a look at in the morning. And then sometimes if you're stuck with problems, like I always do, I just go do something mundane, maybe like just unload the dishwasher to kind of get a break from what my brain is thinking. And then brain breaks. So Pomodoro is a great technique where you constantly say, I work for 20 minutes and then I take a 3-minute break and then resume, right? So you're constantly not overtiring your brain. Other forms of music, silence, journaling, or just not doing anything. Let boredom be your friend. Emotional rest. There are times when you're constantly being too nice to everybody, or you're in a business. Perhaps you're in a customer facing business where you're always trying to be nice, even when you don't get the same response from the other end. So somewhere you stop being authentic, and then you feel like you're being taken for granted, you're being yelled at for no reason because it's just a person, an executive on the other side. So you need to release these emotions, right? So I'm a big people pleaser. People who have people pleasing attitudes have a lot of emotional rest deficit. So for that to happen, you kind of have to release emotional labor. Perhaps set your own boundaries, and then have your own little friend circle where you can be authentic and be yourself, and not having to constantly have a facade around everybody. Creative rest. I believe this is something that most of us resonate with because you're constantly trying to churn new ideas, you're brainstorming, you're delivering content in whatever shape or form it is to kind of overcome and then increase your creative rest. Again, two forms: walk in the grass, sunrise, sunset. Be childlike, maybe do your Legos, do your hobbies, your jigsaw puzzles. Or it could also be human created. You could go to a museum, read a book, documentary, something that takes your mind off the problem solving and then helps you do the creative aspects. Sensory. I think in the era of mobiles and constant social media notifications, your brain is constantly going on overdrive, and it's overstimulated all the time. So that means you could take a digital detox. I have notifications silenced. I muted a lot of social media apps on my phone. If I have to check, I would have to manually open instead of that constantly triggering me. Video meetings, if there are times when you don't have to show your face, maybe you could kind of stop it, because for me sometimes constantly looking at the camera in itself can tire my eyes so much that I would try to limit it. So that's one way to look at it. Second is, if you have the luxury to play around with your mood in the house with lights and music, do that. Maybe towards evening, it's you change the color tone of the lights, or you dim it down, or you take digital detox. That's another way of experiencing a good sensory rest. Social risk. Let's admit the fact that we are all social beings. We like to be in social circle with friends and families. Sometimes you're with people that you like, sometimes you're with people that you may not like. So it could either rejuvenate you or drain you down and exhaust you. So you kind of have to think in terms of emotions. Who can you give your best energy that you're not just giving, but you're also receiving and providing support. People who always steal your energy, because you become the agony, and for way too many people, you just have to spend less time with them, because ultimately they can just drain you down. Or if you're an introvert who doesn't like socializing much, it's okay. You just spend your alone time, or sometimes you say no to social commitments, because you just want to be yourself. So fill your own cup before you fill others. This is a great way to exercise social rest. Spiritual rest, mindfulness has become a buzzword in this era, where more and more people are having issues trying to calm their brain. So you could also think of a good way, maybe depending on your faith, you could do certain activities related to faith, or just exercise a sense of being calm. Or if you want to be outdriven or outgoing and do some community involvement, that's another way to actually exercise. Maybe do some gardening together, or perhaps you all go and meditate together if that's something that you believe in. Or give something without expecting any money in return, just the joy of giving without expecting, where you're just driven by sense of community purpose. That's another way of exercising spiritual rest. So coming back to these seven types of rest that I actually mentioned, when you think of rest, think of restoration. Okay, so all these seven dimensions have been provided by Dr. Dalton Smith. So my whole seven dimensions is actually based on her recommendation, and she would always say, eat the whole don't try to eat the whole elephant at once, right? You cannot just say, today I'm going to exercise all the seven. It may not work. Figure out what are your biggest deficit. For me, creativeness is biggest deficit, so I'd always try to work on that more than other things. Again, we don't have all the time in the world to exercise all of them, but start small and then do habit stacking. If yeah, let's say brushing your teeth, maybe after that 2 minutes you can meditate. That's a great way to start a new habit. So habit stacking is something I would highly recommend when you're practicing the rest techniques. So like I mentioned, this video has been inspired by Dr. Sondra Dalton Smith. I watched a YouTube video and she actually promotes these philosophies in organizations to ensure that there's less burnout, so that there's good employee turnover. Okay. Some of the passing thoughts for me was is, if you're rest deficit, take a step back. Take 5 steps back. Before you quit, before you think of anything, just try to restore all these seven deficits. And then you should always seek an expert. Again, rest is a very deep topic. It could be very superficial, where you just need few days and weeks of breaks, to something where you have to have a long-term break and you work with a counselor. So I'm not an advisor here. I will just give you some recommendations, but please don't hesitate to seek a therapist if you really have a need. Okay. That brings me to the point, when you're talking about rest, always look at ikigai. You see, what is your passion? What are you good at? What are you good at giving? What does the world need? where are you volunteering? So of course we all need that money too. So try to slice your day in a way that you could have all the sense of purpose in different forms. That way when you give and get, there's a good balance. So, again, on a passing note, I would say that if you're fatigued, that could actually have a lot more implications. So, always talk to your doctor. But then, if you're deficit in any forms of rest, please go ahead and then practice some of these. Feel free to watch her original YouTube video where she talks about all of this and then how to go ahead with this. Thank you so much for your time. And then, if I have any questions, I'm happy to take it from you. Hi, Lisa, over to you.
Hi, amazing. Thank you so much for your incredible talk there. So many ideas about how to get good rest. We saw earlier you obviously are a wonderful mother and have at least one child. How do you find balancing living with children and obviously looking after your children with the need for good rest and sleep and making time for yourself?
I'm not good at following my own advice, so I struggle sometimes. It's a Sunday morning, so it can get chaotic, and then there's always disturbances. I've realized that I just have to embrace it. I mean, it's okay if I get Zoom bomb with things around, and I'm just being more kind to myself and saying that this is what it is, and then I've started delegating. If there are things that I find it a little mundane, I've started hiring external help or maybe even doing my deliveries online instead of spending few hours. So now I'm focusing more on quality over quantity. Like, there's only 24 hours in a day, right? So not everyone can do anything. I think that's what constantly caused me to burn out. And now I'm like, okay, if cooking meal prep takes time, I would do it once a week than just do it 3 4 times a day. So it's just based on your bandwidth. Your mileage may vary. I'm not perfect, but I would always be a person who would, if I had to go for a vacation, I would keep everything the order that when I come back, I don't have to do much. But then, even before I'm boarding the flight, I would get tired because I would do every bit of laundry, cleaning, cooking, winding up, emptying the refrigerator, right? But I've realized it's okay, let it be. So, just being easy on myself was one of the first things I started doing.
Oh, that is so fantastic. So, thank you so much for joining us and sharing your wisdom today. You had some messages of support in Discord as well. I think one just got removed. Oh, one person said they really found you inspirational and that you're very elegant. So, that's a lovely compliment from them. So, thank you so much for sharing your wisdom today and have a lovely Sunday.
Thank you so much, Lisa. Thank you for all the things that you're doing.
Amazing. So, in just a few moments, in around 10 minutes, our next speaker, Jemima, will be joining us. Incredible. Welcome back, everyone. I am so delighted to introduce our next speaker, who is going to be talking to us about the art of personal branding. Welcome, Jemima.
Hi, Lisa. Thanks so much for the introduction. Hi, everyone. All right. Guess I'm on my own now. Hi, everyone, and happy International Women's Day. I hope you guys did something fun and celebratory for the day because it is your day. So I hope you enjoyed that. Today, I'm going to be talking to you about the art of personal branding. So, like Lisa said, my name is Jemima Abu, and I am a self-taught front-end developer. I'm currently based in the United Kingdom, but I'm originally from Nigeria. And you can find me online anywhere at Jemima Abu. So that is LinkedIn, GitHub, whatever other social media people use. My name there will probably be Jemima Abu. And yeah, today I'm going to be talking to you about the art of personal branding. This is a topic that I am very, well, I feel like passionate is a strong word, but it is a topic I'm very interested in because I feel like where I am in my career, I've gotten there a lot because of my personal brand. Like I've been exposed to a lot of opportunities and I've had a lot of like basically opportunities I wouldn't have been able to have if I did not have this brand or this thing that people knew me for. So yeah, basically today I'm going to be talking to you about the art of personal branding. So let's get into it. First of all, what is personal branding? Like when people say personal branding, what does this mean? Well, there's a quote by a famous founder which says, "Your brand is what people say about you when you're not in the room." So basically, what that means is if you're not present, if you're not in a place, who are the people that are talking about you and what are they saying? What is something that you are known for? So, for example, in your company, if you're not, let's say they're having like performance reviews, what is the kind of thing that your peers would say about you? Would you say, oh, this person is, I'm going to use tech speak because that's the work I do. Would they say this person has really good code? Would they say this person is great at doing code reviews? Would they say this person works well with others? So all these things that people say about you is kind of what makes up your brand. Your brand is also your image. So what your image is basically what you are presenting to the world. So if someone meets you for the first time or if someone sees a picture of you online, what impressions would they make about you based on that image? Because a lot of times you might not be able to meet everyone, but a lot of people might be able to see you. So if people are seeing you before you're able to meet them, then what are you presenting to them? And then we also have this nifty little diagram that kind of breaks down your personal brand based on who you are and the things that you can do, the things you can create, and the people you know. So we'll go into that. I just want to do a really quick check and make sure everyone can hear me all right, because sometimes I have sound issues. So if you could just leave like a quick comment, I'm keeping an eye on the chat. So if you leave a quick comment on if you can hear me or just a little thumbs up, then I will go ahead. I'm still going to go ahead. I'm still going to be talking, but yeah, just like it'll make me feel better if somebody comments that they can hear me. But yeah, in the interim, I will keep talking. So yeah, like we said, your brand is who you are. It's what you do, it's what you create, and who you know. So let's break this down. First of all, what you do. What does this mean? It literally just means that what you do. So if you, let's say, for example, I'm a front-end developer. So in my company, that's what I do. I build websites. So now, is this something I'm known for? Am I known for building websites in my company? And if I'm known for building websites, am I known for building good websites? Am I known for creating quality work that people can count on? If you are a content creator or you're a quality assurance specialist or you are a entrepreneur, like basically whatever you do, how well are you known for that thing and how good are you at that thing you're known for? Next, we have what you create. So now this is slightly different from what you do. So what I do is I'm not a content creator. I'm a front-end developer. So what I do is I'm a front-end developer. What I create is websites. These websites I'm creating, what standard are they up to? Like, do people know you for creating good stuff? If you are in whatever area you of life you work in, basically the things that you create, it does not have to be, when we say create, it doesn't have to be like literally creative. You don't have to be an artist or a designer or a musician. You can be a creator as a barista. Like a barista is still a pretty artsy position. You can be a creator as a product manager or a product owner. It doesn't have to be something creative. It just has to be something that you yourself are making. If you're a product owner, do you make like good Jira boards? Do you create useful conversations with the clients and the devs? Like, what exactly are you creating and how good are you at doing that thing? And then finally, well, not finally, thirdly, who you know. This is a very important part of personal branding because when we say your brand is what people say about you when you're not in the room, who are these people that are saying those things about you? That is what brings it back to who you know. So when you're trying to create your personal brand, it's kind of, you want to have your target audience, but you also want to have your community as well. So if your target audience is the people you're presenting your brand to, these are the people that you're like, oh, I want these people to know who I am. But your community is the people that already know who you are and then go ahead and speak for you. So who you know is very important when you're creating your brand. And that's why it's very important to be in similar communities when you're trying to do something. For example, this community, the women tech makers under like the Google developers, is a very useful community for meeting other female developers. So this would be a useful community for who you know. If you are in this community and you produce a lot and you get to know people and you do a lot of networking, you have these people within this community that can speak for you in other areas. So if somebody goes to an event and they meet someone else there and that person is like, oh, I'm in need of a front-end developer, this person that you know can say, oh, I know someone that's really good at doing front-end, let me introduce you guys. So that's all part of what combines together to make who you are, which is the last point we'll be talking about. So like we said, your personal brand, it should encompass who you are as a person. So it's not very easy to know, like if somebody comes up to you and they ask like, oh, who are you? Like as a person, it's not something that you would have an answer to, like off the bat. If it is, that's impressive and good for you. But if you don't, like there's no problem with that either. So who you are as a person is another important part of creating your brand. Knowing your brand is knowing yourself. So you want to make sure you have like a strong sense of identity or a strong sense of self when you're making your brand. And that kind of all encompasses what your personal brand is. So yeah, that's a little introduction to your personal brand. And then next we'll be talking about the importance of personal branding. So now we know what personal branding is. Why is it important to have a personal brand? So as I said in the beginning, I feel like in the course of my career, I've been exposed to a lot of events and opportunities that I may not have had if I didn't exactly have this brand or if I didn't have this idea of who I was as a person. So let's get into the importance of your personal brand. The first one is that your name speaks for you. I would say this is the most important aspect of the personal brand because you want to make sure that you basically, if you are not in a room or if you're not in a place or if somebody is about to introduce you to someone, you want to have a name that speaks for you. There are certain people that like just hearing their names, and it doesn't even have to be a celebrity, but let's just use celebrities. Like if I say Beyonce, like Beyonce does not need any introduction. You would know who she is. So having a personal brand, you don't have to be known on a worldwide scale like Beyonce, but like in the communities that you're present in, having a personal brand gives you that same effect. Like people say your name and people know who you are already. So that is one importance of the personal brand. Next, it makes you credible. When people know your name and when people know who you are, you're known for doing something, meaning that people expect that thing to be done properly if you're the one in charge of it. So if I say, oh, there's this person and she's really good at building websites or she's really good at recording data or analyzing data or doing quality assurance, like these are all parts of your personal brand because now people know you for doing this thing and it lends you this air of credibility because people are willing to vouch for you. People have seen you do this thing before and then they kind of expect you to just be good at that thing. So personal branding, it makes you credible. And then you stand out from the crowd. I think this is also very important, like these days in the tech space or in the job market. Like you have, so the tech space is very saturated. So you have a lot of people applying for a lot of roles right now. So if all you're applying with is the same resume or the same CV that everybody else has, if you all have the same skills and everything, your personal brand is that one thing that differentiates you from the other applicants. It's that one thing that will make a company think, oh, we're not just trying to hire a developer, we're trying to hire this person specifically. So having a personal brand is something that stands you out of the crowd in a good way. It's something that makes people like say, oh, that's why I want to know this person specifically and not just in a general context. And then it helps with career growth. So like we said previously, something that stands you out from the crowd, something that makes you credible, you have people vouching for you. These will all help in your career. The farther along you go, the more opportunities you'll be exposed to, the more people you meet, the more your network expands. So all these things will be due to your personal brand. When you're entering these spaces, when you're going to these events and you're meeting these people, your brand helps you like connect with them better and helps you grow more. So yeah, that's pretty much what personal brand is and the importance of personal branding. So next we'll be going into creating your brand. So how can you create your brand? What are the steps you need to take that will help you make your brand? Yeah, my next button wasn't working. So you're basically creating your brand. We'll be talking about, now that you know what personal branding is and the importance of personal branding, we'll be going into like, how can you actually create your brand? And we have this handy dandy little pyramid here that breaks down like the areas that you need to work on to get into your personal brand. You have your self-knowledge, personal objective, audience improvements, and personal brand. So this is also We're also going to go into each of these areas specifically, but yeah, this is the general overview. So let's start with self-knowledge. Self-knowledge is basically, as I said in a previous slide, knowing yourself is how you know your brand. So before you get started creating your brand, you first need to identify who are you as a person? What is your mission? Like, if you have this brand, what are you aiming for? What is something that is important to you that you want to project with your brand? What are your values? Like, what are the concepts of yourself that are important to you as a person? Is it important to you to be known as a trustworthy person? Is it important to you to be known as a friendly person, as a capable person? Like, what are the values that you like want to embody? And finally, what are your strengths? What are the things that you are good at that you can build your brand around? So it may not be easy to know, like, oh, what are my strengths off the bat, but this is when you want to leverage on the community that you have. So this is reaching out to your peers, reaching out to your manager, reaching out to your friends, reaching out to your family. Something as simple as, oh, what would you say I'm good at? Or what is something that you would recommend me to people for? These are all the things that would kind of help you build on your personal brand by knowing all of them. Next, we have your personal objective. Your personal objective is basically, what do you want to be known for? So once you've identified, like, oh, this is something that I'm good at, this is what my mission is, this is what my strengths are, you want to kind of arrive at what you want to be known for. So when you're creating your personal brand, this is the image that you're presenting to people. You can also control that image by deciding what you want to be known for. So even if, for example, I'm like, let's say I'm a dev, right? But I want to be known for something else. It doesn't have to be limited to what I do currently, but it can be based on the image that I project. Even if as a dev, I want to be known for being a good baker, I could make that my personal brand. I just have to work towards it and then kind of gear yourself towards that area. And then and then nextly, your audience. What circles do you want to be in? So earlier I said that you have your community and then you have your audience. So your community is the circles you're already in. These are the people that are speaking for you. These are the people that are going out. These are your peers, your friends, your family, whatever. Next, you have your audience. Who are the people that you want your brand to be presented towards? So now you have your people speaking for you. Who are the people you want them to be speaking to? What are the areas or what groups or networks do you want to be in? When you go to an event, for example, you want to identify like an audience in the event that you're in. If you're going to network to people, for example, for me, I'm a Black woman. So whenever I go to a tech event, by default, I just always look out for other Black women, mostly because there are not usually a lot of us in the room. So whenever I go to any tech event, no matter what event it is, I just look for other Black women and I speak to them, because for me, it's important to build this network of other Black women in tech, because the more of those people I know, the more I create the space of belonging for myself. So if you're a student, for example, and you go to an event, your target audience could be people that could help you with your career. It could be people that are looking for employees, or it could be like possible mentors for you. So if a student goes to an event, their possible target could be like a speaker at the event, or somebody that is also like looking out for possible employees or anything. So whenever you're doing anything related to your personal brand, you want to make sure you have a goal in mind. Like if I have an audience, if there's a target group of people I'm trying to reach, you want to make sure you're working towards that target. So that's it for our audience. And then next we have improvement. So basically, once you've identified who you are as a person, you've created your objectives, you know what goals you're working towards, you have your audience, and you've encompassed all these values together, what can you do to improve yourself? What can you do to get to these goals that you've set for yourself? If my personal brand, if I want to be known for making travel content, or I want to be known for baking, or I want to be known for having a farm, like what are the things that I need to do to achieve that goal? If you want to be a content creator and Instagram influencer, what are things you need to achieve that goal? You can start by looking at other people that are already in that space that you want to be in, and the kind of like copying what they do. Basically, you can start by reaching out to people like for direct mentoring or indirect mentoring. That's when you kind of just like shadow somebody's career path and then kind of do what they did. So these are the things that you should be working towards and you should be aiming for, and you should be trying to improve yourself. And then once you've gotten to the very top of the pyramid, that brings you to your personal brand. Your personal brand, like we said, is the main thing that you have been working towards all this time. It's the thing that you've been following this little pyramid for. So your personal brand is that thing that defines you in other spaces that you may or may not be in. It's what people identify you as, and it's what you are known for. So yeah, that's pretty much it on creating your personal brand. And then the next slide we're going to be talking on is owning your brand. So what this means is now you've created this brand, right? Let's say you've only created it to you. So now I know what my personal brand is, but how do I make sure that other people know what their brand is? And then to get into that, I will be talking a little about my own personal brand, me personally, Jemima. And I would like to say that my personal brand is being a self-taught front-end developer. So when I first started in tech, my first exposure to tech was in my second year of uni when we did a C# course, and that is what kind of exposed me to coding. And from there, I started learning HTML and CSS, and that's kind of how I knew I wanted to build websites and create like pretty websites. Because with C#, I didn't like how you couldn't. Well, you could, but with the consoles I was working on, I didn't like how you couldn't like make it look pretty or add buttons or anything. And then I discovered HTML. That's what I wanted to do. And then I basically taught myself how to build websites. And for me, teaching myself was such an important part of my journey because when I first started, I wasn't aiming to have a career in it, or I wasn't. My end goal wasn't to be a front-end developer. It was just because I liked building websites. But then I kept doing it, and I feel like I got so good at it that it kind of just became my thing. So that's what I wanted to be known for. I wanted people to know that this point I got to in my career was based on like knowledge that I taught myself. So that's why I like to call my brand the self-taught front-end developer. And that thing that I am also particularly proud of in my branding is that if you Google front-end developer Nigeria, as I said at the beginning, I am from Nigeria. If you Google front-end developer Nigeria, my website shows up on the first page because I have created my brand to such an extent that Google recognizes it. Like if people are looking for something related to that brand I'm in, then I am present in that space. If you are looking for a front-end developer in Nigeria, you will be directed to me. So for me, that's something that I'd like to say is definitely owning your brand. Like I have crafted my brand to such an extent that I am known for this thing specifically. So I'm going to go into some brief ways of making sure that you own your brand, like when you have created your brand, making sure that you own your brand. And then I will just open the floor up for questions because I do feel like with personal branding, it's such a personal topic. Like what my brand is not what your brand is, and what methods I use may not necessarily be what methods you use. So I feel like talks like this are usually better interactive. Like I would like to take more of your questions and answer it or see how I can relate it to my experience and kind of provide you with any help or guidance that you may need basically. So if you do have any questions, you can drop them in the chat, or I'm not sure if there's like a separate, a separate tab or app for questions. But yeah, let's just quickly go into owning your brand. So the first thing I would recommend when trying to own your brand is be consistent. So not just consistent in the things you're creating, but one thing I would say definitely worked for me is being consistent across the web. So as I said in the beginning, if you look up Jemima Abu, you can find me online everywhere. So that's my LinkedIn, that's my GitHub, that's my Medium profile. Using the same name everywhere kind of basically helped me tie my entire online presence to each other. So if you Google Jemima Abu, you find all the information about me that I want people to see. So like I said, these are creating your personal brand. It's presenting that information you want people to see. So if I have like my Twitter uses my same name, my LinkedIn uses my same name, my Instagram uses my same name. So when I'm presenting this information, these are all the informations that I want people to see. So I'm able to carefully curate my online presence to be exactly how I want it to be. If you're the kind of person that you want to, let's say you like people use Twitter for personal purposes, right? But then if you know you're trying to create like a brand or something that is known and uses your real name, I would recommend having like a separate Twitter account for like your actual branding purposes. So like if you have a Twitter account that has your real name to it, that means everything that you put on that Twitter account is linked to your brand basically in one way or another. So if you do not want to be known, or if you do not want people to see the kind of things that you're tweeting, because sometimes people just tweet whatever is in their brain. So if you do not want people to see the kind of things that you're tweeting, that's usually why people would have a burner account. So like having two separate accounts, but anything you have that you want to be tied to your brand, make sure it's consistent, make sure it uses the same name. And then when I say consistent, it may not necessarily be producing the same content. That would be the difference. Because for example, I would say I use my Instagram for like my travel photos. I use my Twitter for like my tech related photos. I use my Facebook for talking to my family. That's basically it. Well, I would say like being consistent is just in terms of like being known across all these sites as the same thing, not necessarily like being known for having the same content on all these sites. Of course, if that's what you want to do, if you do want to have like, let's say you're trying to get into like the tech creation space, like you're trying to provide articles and informations on different spaces. So like you can have that, you can have like your Instagram can also be for your tech content, your Twitter can also be for your tech content. But the most important thing is to know that if all these things you're creating, you want them to tie into you as a person, just try and have like a consistent brand name across all of them. Next one is to be focused. So I think these day and age, it's very easy to like lose focus of what we're working on just because there are so many things like there's so many distracting things. Like it's very easy to not be focused and not be in the moment of what you're working on. But when you're trying to build your brand, focus is a very important thing because it's what makes sure that you are always working towards building your brand. You don't have to like constantly be on go, not like every morning you wake up and you're like, all right, brand, let's get it. But when you are doing the things that are related to your brand, you want to make sure you are focused. What this means is kind of just directing all your attention to the one thing you're doing. If your goal for building your brand is to be known as a renowned tech creator, make sure that everything you're working on kind of aims towards that goal. So when you're writing articles or you're creating content, you're going to speak at events, make sure everything you're doing is geared towards that goal you have of being a renowned tech creator. Next, we have being trustworthy. So what this basically means is people should be able to come to you for good quality content. It may not be content in terms of like articles or media, basically whatever you're creating, whatever area you're working on, people should kind of know that you're going to be good at that thing. This is another very important thing in owning your brand because this is part of the thing that builds credibility. If people consistently see that you are producing the same quality content over and over again, people just kind of assume that, okay, this person is good at what they do, so we can constantly refer to this person if we need something that's good in this area. And then finally, be impactful. So I would say this is like, it may not be a necessary part of your personal brand. It kind of depends on what your personal brand is geared towards. But basically, what your personal brand is doing, you want to make sure that you're leaving an impact on someone or some people. If your brand is to provide information, or your brand is to help people, if you want to be known for being a good activist, or being like, if you want to be really geared towards like female empowerment, these are all things that are impactful. But even if it's just things like you want to be known for doing like really good latte art, the point is if somebody sees your latte art and they go, wow, that's so cool, that is an impact you've made on that person because they think it's cool. So basically, when you're trying to create your brand, think like, whatever I'm doing, how can I make it impressive? Or how can I make it cool? And yeah, I would say those are all the steps involved in owning your brand. And then I'll just open the floor up for questions because I think I have about 10 minutes left. So I just want to make sure I had enough time to answer your questions. If there are no questions, I will keep talking because I'm good with that. But let me just check and see if there are any questions first, and then we can get into it. All right, so no questions at the moment, and we still have, sorry, I'm trying to do math. It's 5:48 now. It's 30 minutes. I would say we still have about 5 minutes. Okay, if there are no questions, I can go into another aspect of personal branding. So I think like for me, one other aspect of personal branding that I feel like is severely underrated these days is the power of social media. So let's say 10, 20 years ago, if you were trying to create a personal brand or if you were trying to be known for doing something, your options are pretty much limited to the people around you. And like maybe if you're lucky, like if you publish a thesis or if you get published in a newspaper or something, then that's how people could know more about you. But now these days, you have like Twitter, Instagram, TikTok. You can make your own content and produce it, and it can reach like millions of people across the world. So I would say harnessing the power of social media is also something that's very important to your personal brand, because a lot of times you can be known for doing something even without like other people telling people about it. Like if you go viral on TikTok a few times for making, let's say you make like really fun flower bouquets. If you go viral on TikTok a few times, like you don't even need people in your current vicinity to be the one talking about it. Other people will know about it, and that's kind of how you would end up getting like to where you are. So yeah, I think like social media is definitely an underrated part of personal branding and something that I feel like more people should work on. I think sometimes people just tend to not take it seriously because they're like, oh, why should I post on Twitter? Or like, I don't want to post on TikTok or anything. So, but knowing your brand and knowing like if social media can be actually beneficial to your brand is another important part. And then following off on the social media comments, I would also say search engine optimization. Like this is something that people do with like if you're doing like marketing or something, you can have like SEO experts, but basically like if you can harness the power of search engines, that is Google, Yahoo, Bing, I don't know other search engines. So if you can harness the power of any search engine and can kind of gear it towards like leading towards you, that's something that's also very impressive. So like if you have I'm gonna use flowers again. I have flowers on the brain right now. If you have like a flower shop in your local area, you want to like harness search engine optimization so that if somebody Googles flower shop near me, your company is going to come up. So things like this, I would say, are also good aspects of like knowing how to properly harness social media and like use that towards improving your personal brand more. Okay, I think 25. All right, yeah, I think that's it for our time.
Jemima,
Yes,
thank you so much for sharing with us. That was so inspirational. So many top tips on how to think about ourselves and our personal brand. I love the way you broke it down into the different stages. So thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you for having me, and bye everyone.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. I am so delighted and honoured to bring such a legend to the stage now. So a huge welcome to Josephine.
Hi, thank you so much for the warm welcome. I'm so glad I get to be here today. Very excited.
It's over to you.
Yes, thank you so much. All right, let's dive right in. I am here to talk about bridging the empathy gap, and we're going to talk about web accessibility. And so let's dive right in and get started really quickly about me and what you can expect. My name is Josephine. I'm from Hamburg. I am part of Women TechMakers, GDE. I'm also a Girl Code ambassador. And if you're lucky, my cat will come around. He always likes streams and he likes the attention from other people. So that's about me. I'm also very passionate about web accessibility. And I was super happy that I got very recently the position of accessibility at Storyblock, accessibility engineer at Storyblock. So it's my job to make our product more accessible. It's definitely a long road ahead of us. We're still in the middle of the process, but I'm very excited to be doing that. But that's enough about me. I'm here today to talk about web accessibility. And I want to start with a little story. So I was recently studying for a web accessibility certification program. And I was learning about this university. It's called Gallaudet University in Washington, D.C. And it's a university for the deaf and hard of hearing. And I had, well, for me, this was really new information. And they were talking about how they built the entire architecture of this university to fit the needs of the people who attend this university, right? So that would include things like really wide walkways because people use their hands to talk usually, right? And so they want to look at each other, or they didn't have, or they try to eliminate all the stairs. And they built ramps so people didn't have to focus on the stairs, or they had like a lot of mirrors or these kind of milk glass doorways so that you wouldn't bump into people if you couldn't hear them approaching, right? And there were so many things built into this architecture that I felt very ignorant because I had never considered this. And this is human, I guess. I'm very much hoping I'm not alone in this, but we usually take our own experiences as the first like rule of thumb, right? We're trying to use our own experiences to make sense of the world. And so this is normal, but it's also, you could say it's unconscious bias, right? I'm making decisions or I'm making assumptions without being aware of them. And yeah, these unconscious assumptions are based on my own experiences, right? And I can only use what I know, and that's of course a little bit limited and can lead to exclusion, right? So maybe a lot of people are not considered in assumptions that are made. And in this case, it's a form of ableism, so discrimination or unconscious discrimination against people with disabilities. And I mean, luckily, I am not the one who makes any kinds of decisions in architecture. But if people in positions of power in those cases are making decisions to exclude somebody, you could talk about ableism, of course. And this, wait, there we go. And this has a massive impact on technology, right? So this is, of course, just one example, but it's absolutely human to use your own experience and make mistakes maybe, and that exclude people. And in the case of technology, that's especially impactful because technology could make our world a lot more accessible, right? So think, of course, for example, a newspaper. It's going to be a lot easier to have a digital. Oh, I'm sorry. I told you this might happen. That's my cat. I'm sorry. So printed out newspaper is a lot harder to make accessible than, for example, digital text, right? And so there's a lot of opportunity for us to create accessible content, but only if we do it in the right way. And so not done correctly, this can lead to even more barriers that we're building up that are should not necessarily be there, right? And so if we think about who is writing our code statistically, and who is doing that, and how, like what kind of assumptions do these people have, or what experience are they taking this from? It's mostly statistically white men, right? So if we look at some statistics, it's only, like, according to Statista, around 20% of women in, I think this was taken from the US. All the resources are linked in the end if you're curious. Around 20% women in tech jobs. And then around 43% of those professional developers were between 25 and 34 years old. Relatively young, you could say, right? In the State of JS survey, almost 70% of the respondents are white, and the majority reports being able-bodied or did not report any temporary disability. So who's writing our code? Is it just Ken? So of course I'm exaggerating, and we wouldn't have events like this one if only men were writing our code, right? But it's definitely something to think about. Who's writing the code statistically, at least according to these reports, which of course don't cover everything and are probably biased in their own way, but it's just something to think about. And what kind of experiences do those people have, and what kind of goes into the code that they write, right? And so this has consequences, really, really big ones. So there was a report by WebAIM, it's called WebAIM 1 Million, and they had a look at 1 million websites and their accessibility failures. And there are some things that we're going to go through in a second. And those are the most common issues that kind of pop up on these 1 million websites. And so we'll start from the bottom and kind of work our way to the more common issues up. So we have, if we start here at the bottom, we have almost 20% of pages are missing the document language. So that would be adding a language like, for example, EN or DE for Germany to the document to like state, for example, to a screen reader, to any kind of assistive technology. What language is this document in, right? So imagine if you're driving across the border and your navigation system or on your phone is suddenly in a different country pronouncing the street names really funnily. It's very confusing, right? And this is kind of what happens if you don't set the document language. A screen reader wouldn't know how to pronounce things, and that might not be very helpful to the person listening to the content and trying to orient themselves, right? The second most common issue, or we're starting from the bottom. So we have almost 30% of the pages that have empty buttons. So what does that mean? It's again a matter of providing context, right? So this is a normal button in air quotes, if you will. You have 2 button tags, and then you have some content in the middle, and this works perfectly fine also with assistive technology. But for example, if we make an image a button, or if we wrap an icon and we want to make it a button, but we didn't give it an alternative text, for example, or we don't add an ARIA label, this can lead to a button being empty, and then assistive tech, for example, wouldn't know what to read out. And so people who use this kind of technology, they wouldn't know what action this button triggers, for example. And that's why that is really problematic. Then we have missing input labels. So it's kind of similar. We have a kind of input and we're missing any form of label, right? And again, so the user wouldn't know, or people who can't necessarily see the form, they wouldn't know what is even expected of them. And then hand in hand with this goes, of course, like if you then don't have error messages that are read out, it's like a whole whole chain of events that can go wrong there. But basically you need some sort of label associated with your form at any point. And that could also be in form of an ARIA label, but or you just give a normal label. Then the next one would be empty links. So this also happens quite a lot when you wrap images or icons or anything of that sort. Like with a button, you would have usually some sort of text wrapped into an A tag, or you would have to give a label associated with that, so that it's at least providing some sort of context as to where we're going to go if we're, for example, using a keyboard or a screen reader. Again, and that's so confusing for people. They wouldn't know where it would take them, and maybe the screen reader, if there is no label, would read out the reference, like the href, or the source of an image, and that's just like usually not very fun to listen to, or very helpful. So it's definitely a lot better to add a text to your link. And then we have almost 60% issues with alternative text. So for example, here I have an alternative text that reads black and white cat sitting under a pink umbrella. And either if you're maybe have like really bad internet connection and the image just doesn't load, or maybe if you can't see the image or you can't see it very well, then it would really help to have that alternative text read out to you so you get the context. And of course, if you've seen the cat already, so you know I didn't make this up, but that's the black and white cat sitting under a pink umbrella. And the most common, by far the most common issue is low color contrast. So this means the difference between the background and the foreground. And we see here we have the black writing, or yeah, it's black on the beige background. And then we have like a little bit darker beige on beige, I guess, which is really hard to see. And so if we look at this one has a color contrast ratio of 14, and this one has one of 1.5. So the minimum recommended value is 4.5 to 1 of a color contrast. And of course, this is like really nice and readable. And this is extremely hard to read. And that's not only a problem to people with vision disabilities or deficiencies, but also for like if you have like bright sunshine on your phone, for example, you want to see something, so then you would need a little bit higher contrast to be able to properly read it. And that's by far the thing that goes wrong the most. And so this all adds up, right? We've seen the percentages of all these issues, and that actually leaves us with just 3% of the internet being fully accessible. And when I first heard this number, I was really shocked, because that is very, very, very little. And people always tell me at this point, they're like, yes, but it's so expensive to implement web accessibility. We can't afford it. We can't afford specialists. We can't. There's a lot of buts. However, I think it's way more expensive to not implement web accessibility, right? Because not implementing web accessibility has its own consequences. First of all, you're failing to comply with human rights. So web accessibility is part of the United Nations Human Rights Charter. Access to information technology is a human right, and so you're failing to comply with that, which is should be enough of a reason to start caring. Then what usually convinces people is that there are many laws in place and you face legal consequences depending a little bit on what market you're in. But generally, it's against the law. There's also new laws coming to the EU, for example, in 2025. And then these are interpreted by each different state, and in the US and in Canada, there's also already a little bit stricter laws, so you could get sued or fined if you don't comply with accessibility laws. You're missing out on a lot of business opportunity, because actually a lot more people experience some form of accessibility or disability throughout their lifetime than people might think. So we actually have 1 billion people who have throughout their lifetime some form of disability. It's based on a report by the WHO. And that's a lot of spending power if you want to look at it from that perspective, right? So that's really a lot of people, a lot of potential new customers, if you will. And it's not only affecting this 1 billion people, it's actually so much more. So if you look at this chart, we see we have different kinds of permanent disabilities, such as physical, auditory, cognitive, neurological. But there, in this table, there's also temporary and situational limitations. So that could be maybe you have an injury, or maybe you're holding a baby and you can just use one arm to navigate. Maybe it's really loud in your environment. Maybe you are driving your car, maybe there's the sun shining. There's so many cases in which web accessibility makes a better user experience just in general. And so we would all massively benefiting from having more than 3% of our internet being accessible, right? And so let's move on. If you're missing a lot of revenue, if you're not gathering those billion new potential customers, your user experience might be questionable at best. And that kind of reduces also your user engagement, right? So there's a lot of points in there that maybe help also convince people who have to spend some money on accessibility testing. Both the people who work for you, but also your users. It's more inefficient. There's a lot more friction, and so maybe you lose some customers on the way. Maybe your employees can't do the job as well as they would like to. You're undermining your corporate social responsibility. So maybe it's not good press if you're not accessible, and might even face a lawsuit. And that can lead to a negative brand image, right? So there's so many reasons to care about web accessibility and integrate empathy into the whole process of developing, of writing code, of creating new products, and thinking ideally accessibility from the start, right? And inclusion from the start. And so before we get a little bit more practical, I don't want to point fingers. This actually concerns literally all of us, right? Everybody working on the team is concerned by web accessibility. It's not only the developers, it's not only the designers. We all have to work hand in hand. There's also a lot to say about creating accessible content, writing accessible texts, maybe making sure that all the colors, all the brand colors work. Maybe there's different modes. So there's so many different things that really concern all the different roles on a team. And there's definitely no blaming. we all have to take charge in this. And so if you were to get started with web accessibility and you're like, okay, this is great, but where do I start? I would start by defining clear accessibility goals. So for example, I mentioned earlier the recommended number of color contrast ratio. This is something I took from the web accessibility guidelines. So there's different levels, A, AA, and AAA. AAA is the strictest. Most people, like the most common one is AA. It's required by some laws, by some companies if you want to do business, or countries if you want to do business there. And so this is kind of the gold standard. AAA is a lot more niche. It's more for governments or like very specific associations that have to be really accessible to everybody. But of course, it's good to aspire, right? So, but this is something that provides also maybe some guidelines, some documentation on if you're unsure on how to solve something. The Web Content Accessibility Guidelines are a good place to start. And this is also a good place to kind of define or use as a guideline to define your goals. Then I would suggest identifying the most common user journey. So maybe you can't tackle the whole project at once. Maybe you can just test the first top 3 pages or the top 3 user routes that you need to I don't know, sell your product or your service. This is what we're doing right now as well, and as part of my job, because it's impossible for us to fix the whole app at once. We have to start somewhere, and we want to start where the people are and where the people are actually using it. Then you could run an initial audit. You could, of course, do that manually, or I can maybe really, really quickly move to a different tab. And you could use something. I'm just going to do it on my employer's app, because then website, then nobody is offended if I test something else. So there's a tool called the XDev tools, but you also, of course, have built-in accessibility testing in Lighthouse. We'll just use the dev tools. I'll show it really quickly. Let's see if my internet connection is good enough. Yeah, this runs a test of accessibility issues, and then you can kind of go through them one by one, and you'll see a bunch of things that I've just mentioned that are the most common issues, right? So we're missing some text on a button here. We have issues with color contrast ratio, for example. We have some issues with semantic HTML. And so you could go through all of them. You can also let it like highlight it for you, and just figure it out from there what needs to be done. And for example, in our case, the color contrast issue will already fix a lot of the issues that we have. But yeah, that's a different story. But this is one way to do it. And the other one that I just mentioned would be in Lighthouse, where you could just run an accessibility test and achieve a very similar thing. So this would be a first step, right? So you could do that and then take it from there. Of course, you still have to do manual testing, but it would be a start. And then I would follow up by identifying low-hanging fruit, trying to figure out how to prioritize to have the maximum amount of benefit for the most people without having to spend a lot of time on very small issues. This is also very motivating for the team if you can get something big out of the way. If you emphasize high code quality, that's going to make your code a lot more accessible as well. So semantic HTML will resolve a lot of the issues. You can validate your HTML to make sure that you're not running into those kinds of issues. And that's definitely also a good place to start. You can automate wherever you can. So add linters, add automated tests, pipelines, everything that makes it easier for you not to make mistakes. Also, if time gets very limited and you have to get stuff done. Diversify your user persona. So think about maybe not only one kind of disabled user, but think about how different people could use your website, right? We've seen the table before with all the different disabilities. And there's also another tool. It's linked in it will be there in the end, and where you can kind of play around with user personas and see Cards for Humanity. You can play around with different user personas. It's really, really good to try that out, and kind of helps you think beyond what your clients could be. And last but not least, invest in user testing as much as you can. If you can get people who are native users of assistive technologies in your QA team, that would of course be the absolute best, because they know what to expect. And they use this natively, right? So you will learn so much on how to improve your product. So I hope those are some actionable steps that you could take, small steps towards the goal, I guess. And yeah, I hope this was helpful to you. If you need any of the resources that I mentioned, you can scan this QR code or use this link. You will find everything in there that I just mentioned. Also, the slides are in there if you want to go through them again. And if any questions come up, feel free to reach out on Twitter or on LinkedIn. My DMs are open, so I'm happy to chat about web accessibility, or cats for that matter. So thank you so much for having me. Have a wonderful rest of your day.
Thank you so much for such a fantastic talk. That was so interesting. So many things I'd never thought about before as well. So thank you so much. I think there were some questions in YouTube comments. I don't know if you have a moment to answer some of those? Yay, welcome
Yeah,
back.
absolutely. Yeah.
So the first one was around those, if you have any best UX UI tips for user accessibility.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of the UX, UI, and then accessibility is overlap. So like a lot of the good practice or best practices, they overlap actually. And so if you are creating really good user experience and follow those best practices, already going to be a lot more accessible from the start. And then what I think is really interesting is creating like more or an accessible experience for folks who are neurodivergent, and like something that I guess for like UX experts is already like super clear, but having very reoccurring themes, making sure that the paths are very similar, that it's like super easy to get to places with very few clicks, that the font is big enough, that there is not any distractions, that we're not using like super flashy colors, but rather like a little bit more muted tones with enough color contrast, of course. Like a lot of the things, or also when it comes to the font, there's like fonts that are a lot more accessible than others. And all of these things allowing for the settings that users have, so not overriding them if somebody needs bigger font size and they have that set up for themselves, or if they have like a really high contrast mode, or they need to zoom in. All of these things, if we write our code well, this should adapt to the user's preferences, right? Or if they prefer dark mode or stuff like that. And so I think those are definitely some things that overlap between UX and accessibility. Are tips applicable for mobile apps? I think for mobile, it would be a little bit of a different set of things. So for example, one thing that so I'm no expert in mobile accessibility testing, I have to say. One thing that I would pay attention to, for example, is the size of the button. And very important that you don't disable zoom. Again, that's something that comes up a lot in the report, for example, that zoom is disabled and then users can't like magnify the screen to a level where they can read it, for example. And again, the smaller the screen, the smaller everything gets, the more limited it should be, right? Everything that's going, if there's a lot going on, it's going to be really hard to focus. But other things that are applicable for web, like for example, the tab order, are not necessarily going to apply. But you could run the like very similar automated tests as well and find a lot of things. And color contrast is going to be a massive one for mobile, because you use your phone outside a lot, and if you're lucky, the sun's shining, right, and then you can't see. So this like color contrast is definitely a really big one to look out for mobile. Are there any other questions? No.
Incredible. Thank you so much for everything. What a fantastic talk.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me and for organizing such a great event. Have a great evening, everybody.
Thank you. Fantastic. In just a moment, we'll be starting with our final speaker. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the session. And we are now moving to our final talk of the whole day. So it is such a pleasure and honor to introduce our legendary next speaker. So a huge welcome. Hello, how are you?
Hey, hi, Lisa. I'm good. How are you? I hope I'm audible.
You are. Let me add your slides. So over to you.
Thank you, Lisa. Hello, everyone. I'm Shiji. I'm partner engineer at Google. Here, I am here today as AI enthusiast. I want to talk to you today about the topic of cultural diversity in AI and how it can go beyond language and representation to make our life much more easier. Um, so let's get started. So what how I'm going to present this is talk about few points, some considerations, and then some of the possible solutions for that. Okay, so this is the agenda for today. So we're going to talk about the significance of cultural representation in AI, AI models and cultural sensitivity. And we'll talk about visual recognition, which is a big area in AI. We will talk about understanding biases in AI. And we will discuss a little bit more about using responsible and culturally inclusive AI. Okay. Uh, so I have been in the tech industry for quite some time. I worked in multiple companies, and recently we have seen an increase in the usage of AI, specifically generative AI. So I think this is very important. This topic is very important for us to understand that as we are moving into the AI-driven era, how are we going to address the different challenges that comes associated with AI? So let's talk about the significance of cultural representation in AI. So why should we worry about cultural representation in AI? The significance is because the AI technology should be used to reduce bias. Traditional AI data sets that we used for training models, it is probable for them to have biases. So this could lead to systems kind of misinterpreting data or failing to understand information outside a specific lens. For example, consider facial recognition software struggling to identify people of certain minorities, or voice assistants, or misunderstanding accents, etc. So by diversifying training data, so we can reduce the potential for harmful stereotypes and increase the accuracy of AI for everyone. And then let's talk about promoting inclusion. So, cultural sensitivity means recognizing different communication styles, norms, values, and perspective. So, AI designed with this awareness will create a more inclusive digital landscape that will better reflect the need of diverse users. For example, virtual assistants. Virtual assistants should be designed in such a way that they understand the slangs and regional dialects. Education software that can possibly represent history from different viewpoints. Um, and cultural representation in AI is also very critical to advance ethical AI. Now, AI is also built by humans, so that means our inherent biases can seep into the technology unintentionally. By actively working on culturally aware AI, so we can push towards a more equitable and just applications of this technology. For example, culturally aware AI can help to spot discriminatory patterns in hiring or loan algorithms, for example. Then let's talk about the real world impact of AI. Okay, so culturally aware AI will find its applications in different fields: healthcare, education, technology interfaces that will help serve diverse populations. For example, in healthcare, AI systems can understand the cultural nuances and provide better medical advice and diagnosis in a way that is sensitive and respectful to the beliefs of people, right? Education. So, different people have different learning styles. So, personalized learning tools can be used there to adapt to different learning styles. Let's talk about some of the considerations of cultural sensitivity in AI language models. Language shapes how you view the world. So you might have heard about the somewhat debated Sapir-Whorf hypothesis, which is a linguistic theory. It suggests that language does not merely reflect our thoughts; it shapes our thoughts. For example, a language which have different words for something as simple as snow could impact a speaker's ability to perceive the subtle differences in snow types. A language with no future tense, for example, may influence how speakers think about time. I mean, just as a hypothetical example. Relevance to AI is such that if AI models are raised on limited linguistic data, usually a certain limited to certain geographies, their worldview could be similarly limited. Now, AI models need exposure to diverse language and culture to broaden their understanding. So, I mean, we need to use diverse data sets to grasp the breadth of human experiences and ideas. So it is not just about translation. Okay, it's about understanding those subtle nuances of humor, some cultural references, etc. Consider a chatbot that is trained only on formal languages. If you go and type howdy in that, it may not recognize it, may not recognize the language. Okay, so it might help. The customer who are using that chatbot will struggle definitely, right? AI systems should also be able to identify contextual clues. For example, the word cool, it is used in different contexts, in different situations, if it is a formal, casual, regional. So it depends on the context in which that particular word is used. So this context awareness is very important. It is important for making those responses from AI seems quite natural and inoffensive. Now, we have idioms, metaphors, and cultural references in language. These are like non-literal expressions. For example, raining cats and dogs is an example of a idiom, right? Pulling my leg, references to historical events or pop culture. So the AI model should be trained in such a way it understands this nuances of language. Now let's talk about visual recognition. So visual recognition is an area where we see a large usage of AI. Now, what are the challenges in visual representation in AI? So first, let's start with underrepresentation. Now, it is very difficult to find, large balanced data sets. Why is it so? Because it is quite normal for images, available images or accessible images, to be skewed towards certain demographics. Because, I mean, it you'll find images of people who use online platforms, and based on what is possible to take a photo of, right? So the scarcity of data means the AI models will lack that experience to kind of perform different actions across people with different facial features, body types, etc. Now, it is not about existence of these images, but also existence of these images in required volume to train the AI model. Now, there is data collection biases. Okay, images always represent a photographer's point of view. Now, AI, it's quite possible that AI pick those subtle cues about how a group is portrayed. For example, people from certain communities might be overrepresented in images related to poverty. The risk that AI, the risk is that the AI could perpetuate certain harmful stereotypes. So even if an individual image in itself may not be offensive, when you use a collective set of similar images to train a model, that could lead to inherent biases. Second is perception versus reality. Uh, AI models are great at finding patterns, but it may not always discern the meaning. For example, AI might get good at identifying someone's religion based on their appearance, but it may not really reflect their religious beliefs, right? It is not an easy problem to solve. There is no straight solution for that. Let's talk about the privacy paradox. Okay, so we need detailed information on certain sensitive characteristics. However, there are privacy concerns in accessing such kind of information, or availing such kind of data sets to train the model. So again, and not an easy problem to solve. Next is human biases. So how does human biases impact AI model? So let's start with reporting bias. Now, what data is available to train a model is what gets documented, or what the society seems to think as important. For example, crimes happening in certain neighborhoods might get reported, and that data might be used to train model. It doesn't mean that the crimes doesn't happen in a different neighborhood. Okay, and again, consequences that could reinforce the harmful stereotypes and decision making processes based on that AI model. Then there is selection bias. Selection bias is means how is the data picked for inclusion in the first place. For example, if you are training a model, and you are selecting, say for example, a hiring, you are using a set of data to train an AI model for recruitment. Then if you're collecting only the data from people who got job interviews, that means you're ignoring a larger section of people who face systematic barriers that prevent certain people from even being considered. So that means the AI model trained on that data will definitely struggle to identify talent outside of certain traditional profiles. So that means it limits its effectiveness and potentially could cause harm also. Overgeneralization, we all do that, we are all guilty of doing this. We think that a certain example represent a whole group. We talk about this, humorously, or we use certain stereotypes to make kind of in friendly banter. We talk about it in closer groups. For example, there are many people who say that Indians are good in maths, right, which may not be true for everyone, right? And there could also be data sets, for example, data sets where most of the doctors are men. That means AI could learn to associate doctor with male features. Now, these all could lead to unfair and inaccurate outcomes from AI, particularly when it comes to classification of people. And there are other biases that could come in place, such as outgroup homogeneity biases. So that means we tend to think that people who are not in our social group are very similar, while recognizing diversity within certain groups. For example, when a data set is created by selected by a group of people who themselves may not be, for example, Asian, they may not think to distinguish between different Asian ethnicities. Now AI, the consequence is that AI will fail to make subtle distinctions which are important for these communities. So that means it kind of treats the data as a monolith. Last but not the least is unconscious bias, which is also it exists. We may not be aware of that. It is all the prejudices that we all harbor, regardless of good intention. We may not even be aware of certain unconscious biases. So I think enough is said about unconscious biases in a human setting, but it is very well applicable in AI settings as well. So, for example, the words used to describe performance reviews might differ based on gender, race, or certainly influencing AI's assessment. Okay, I would say this is the most difficult bias to detect and address. Okay. Uh, Now, these models that we train, they could learn these biases during training. Okay, so that means algorithms that are producing results are systematically prejudiced because of incorrect assumptions in the ML process, and outputs are also not an accurate reflection of reality. Right. So this can be introduced at any stage. You can see the cyclic process here, right? It could be introduced when the data is collected, when it's analyzed, when it's annotated, and is divided into different training data sets. We could also generate bias by misapplying models or overgeneralizing output. So some of the things that we saw earlier. Now, what are the strategies? Now, this is, as I mentioned, not an easy problem to solve, but what I want to do now today is to talk about some of the strategies that will help bring that fairness in AI, or, help all of us who are working on AI solutions to build an inclusive AI. Okay. Start with collecting diverse perspectives, right? It is not just the people or the developers who are working on the solutions. Engage with the larger diaspora of people, engage with social scientists, humanists, and experts, so that we can get a greater insights into the societal impacts of what we are doing and the potential biases that could creep in. We should also analyze the impact across use cases. So we should critically evaluate how our technology affects different users. We should identify those gaps in representations, and we should also think about the potential negative outcomes. Let's also set measurable fairness goals. Okay, so it is always important to establish specific targets, accuracy across languages, demographics, and also track progress across time. Design the algorithms for fairness. We need to integrate technologies that directly optimize for fairness and mitigate bias within AI systems core design. Now, last but not the least, it's important to adapt to real world usage. So you need to regularly update training data based on how your AI is being used and who is using it, and ensuring that it is staying relevant, equitable, right? So it should always be connected to the real world usage of the product that you are developing. Okay. Creating fair and representative AI data sets. Now, the most important aspects of training an AI model is data sets, right? So, how do you make sure that the data sets are inclusive, or there is fairness, and we can ensure that the data is representative. So, first of all, starts with assessing the fairness. That means identifying the representation, understand limitation. You should also identify prejudicial or possible discriminatory correlations. That means, different aspects, different techniques such as visualization, clustering, data annotation, all this can help with this assessment. Public training data sets, most often developers could lean onto public data sets to do the training, but we already discussed during the start of the session on how it is sometimes difficult to get the right data set, and sometimes due to different factors such as how people are photographed, or how much data is available, how much is documented, even if it gets documented. So all this could impact the publicly available training data sets. So it is always important to augment it with a real world data, like of people, events, and attributes where your system is making those predictions. Okay. Now, understand the annotator perspective. Understand the perspectives, experiences, and goals of people annotating the data. How does the success looks like for these different workers, and what are the trade-offs that we have between time spent of the task and how much they are, for example, enjoying the task? That also can impact. And if you're working with annotation teams, partner closely with them, okay, to design clear task, incentives, feedback mechanism, ensure that all the guardrails are in place, and always keep a margin for human variability. So that means, muscle memory, biases in annotation. For example, for a training model, you might be using a standard set of questions with known answers, but there is possible that, there is answers outside of certain defined margins. Uh, and we should also be testing. So this is like in any software testing. AI models should also be the fairness in AI models also depends a lot in the testing process. So how do we bring in that inclusivity in the testing process, right? Leverage diverse testers. So this might sound very simple, but it is also important that the pool of testers that you are using come from varied backgrounds, okay, that can challenge the system, that can identify some potential blind spots in the AI solution. Okay, then incorporate adversarial inputs. Certain include certain challenging test case. Push the system and see how it handles certain difficult questions outside of the expected performance zones. Um, and very diligently, we need to track the performance across multiple subgroups. For example, you need to disaggregate metrics by different factors: race, gender. So these are the areas where AI could show disparate success or failure rates. Stress test, okay, like in any AI and any solution, it is important to stress test AI. But in stress testing the AI, also focus on those, fringe cases or difficult cases. Okay, uh, create a test that will focus on an input which is possible to cause harm. How is the AI responding to those test cases? Regularly evaluate the performance on these cases with every update. So this again goes in a cycle. It is not just during before release of the AI. uh, you need to account for feedback loops, right? Analyze how the past decisions could reinforce. It's quite possible that the AI's outcome could reinforce or create new biases. Okay, so these are some of the areas that we should be mindful of to ensure fairness in AI during the testing process. Now, last but not the least, it is about analyzing performance in a real world use. Okay. Now, take the different matrices. Do not rely on single metrics. You have to take different matrices. For example, the system's false positive rate could be different across different subgroups. And if you improve on one metrics, it might adversely affect another metrics. Okay, so uh, be aware of the different trade-offs that could happen. Evaluate user experience in real world scenarios across a broad spectrum of users, use cases, and context of use. Again, test and iterate in a dog fooding model first, and then followed by continuous testing after launch. Okay. um, and also be aware that it is quite possible that even if we test it for multiple times, iteratively, that is quite possible that we cannot have 100% perfection when you apply it to real live data. When you see a issue happening in the live product, may just analyze whether whether it aligns with any existing societal disadvantages, how it will be impacted by short-term and long-term solutions. So that's a continuous monitoring that is required there to address these issues. That means you need to iterate before and after launch. You need to do some internal testing, but also monitor the live system. Pay attention to certain unexpected outcomes that could be reported. Okay. And also factor in the societal impact. Look at the outcomes. Look at it in detail. When an issue happens, does it amplify existing disadvantages? and consider what are the long-term consequences of possible solutions. Again, how do we how does this culture, building this culture, so these are some of the, we talked about some of the strategies that you can use to build culturally aware AI. Now, how does this help? How does culturally aware AI help build a better future? Culturally aware AI helps us break down barriers, and it helps promote an equitable world. So that means today we see AI models that can bridge language gaps, offer translation services, that kind of helps overcome digital exclusion, right? It empowers individuals to access resources and education regardless of their background. It also plays an important role to improve the quality of people from all cultures. Okay, so we talked about personalized healthcare recommendation, keeping the cultural backgrounds in mind. Tools, AI powered tools that will help preserve language and cultural heritages. Reduce prejudice and discrimination. So that means it can be instrumental in creating a representative and inclusive world, right? Especially when you use AI algorithms to create critical decision making in finance, low algorithms, for example. Content recommendation systems should be designed in such a way that they highlight diverse voices and try to challenge stereotypes. Foster understanding and empathy. That means AI powered virtual experiences can simulate different cultural perspective, help us understand each other, and invoke empathy for people coming from different cultural perspective. Last but not the least, definitely AI. When we talk about AI, we cannot um, disregard the greatest advantage that it brings in, that is innovation and creativity. That means we are tapping into a large rich resource of global knowledge and experience. So that means AI solutions can solve problems in innovative ways. Okay, and it also empowers creators, artists from different backgrounds to express and share unique viewpoints, right? So that means it all this helps promote cultural inclusiveness if AI is done right. So some of this, while we work on AI systems, while we interact with AI systems, let's keep this in mind, and make sure that we are all working towards a more inclusive world. Okay. Yeah, that is my talk. I hope all of you enjoyed it. Like I mentioned, this is a personal viewpoint of mine, based on my experience in the AI world. Um, so a few things that we have noticed, and this is some of the common discussion points that we are seeing in today's world where AI is becoming more and more prevalent. So I hope you were able to resonate at least with some of my viewpoints here. Thank you so much for your attendance, and hope you all found this useful.
Amazing. Thank you so much. You had some lovely messages in Discord thanking you for your incredible presentation. Have
Thank
a
you.
wonderful evening. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Take care. Bye.
Amazing. Everyone, thank you so much for tuning in and listening to our 2 days of incredible presentations to celebrate International Women's Day. I wish you all a fantastic evening or morning wherever you are in the world, and thank you all so much.